like not 5 minutes after I fucking made that post just now. Cause like I'm over it. Like my phone's blowing up so much, I finally just posted about it. Okay. And I posted the actual video, not the one that's going around, like the actual video. You can hear me on the mic go, what the fuck is going on? Made that post, said the nicest way that I can.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to lane number 1, single file. And Calvert Racing no box buybacks. Only first round losers to lane 7 and 8, please. If you are a first round loser in Calvert Racing no box and you would like to buy back, you can do that in the lanes. And again, that's 7 and 8. Fig Speed Open Comp, you're on standby. And buybacks for racingjunk.com box, we will be calling you to the lanes shortly as well.
They have a weird assortment up there, so whoever, and I don't know what's been working for everybody. I know I saw you without a mic yesterday, so.
Yeah, so these, they're so fucking quiet that even with my speaker mic, they don't get loud. But this mic, turn this up, and it's louder.
That one's loud as fuck.
Yeah. Because I started with the speaker mic yesterday on this, and like I'm holding it up fucking here, and some of everybody's whispering.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear shit in the track. I was about to put headset on.
Anyway, ain't nobody gonna hear this fucking guy all day anyway, so. Poor bastard can't even fucking speak to his wife.
Can't speak to anybody. It's getting better.
Gosh, you sound like a fucking hard nugget motherfucker.
I'll try and get that updated. We'll try and get you a better copy of it. But same thing like said yesterday is how we'll do that.
Get the race director to make sure the schedule for
Car ladders for the fucking LD.
I would much rather ask you never seen a car. Is this guy with this guy? This guy's single?
He's telling me he's a single.
Right now, I would tell you that too.
Dude, LB was up there bitching to me less than the other day. He's just like, it starts at the top.
Yeah. All the way up there. All the way up there.
Grab my ears. This is Brad here. Brad.
Yeah, no. Speaking of that,
Yeah. Shake 'em up, baby.
All right, attention in the pits. Buybacks for Calvert Racing no box. This is your final call to lane 7 and 8. Fig Speed Open Comp, round number 2, you are on standby. And buybacks for racingjunk.com box, you are also on standby.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Attention in the pits. Buybacks for Calvert Racing no box. There are 59 of you eligible, and only a portion of you are here. If you lost round one and you want to buy back into the category, come on down to lanes 7 and 8. Again, if you have lost in round one and want to buy back into Calvert Racing no box, please come on down to lanes 7 and 8, please. Fig Speed Open Comp round 2, you guys are on standby. If you are not in the lanes for Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you are late. We are rolling around the arch, or around to the arch momentarily.
Are they doing buybacks? Yeah. They're doing buybacks for Mustang box and no box.
15 or 59 cars eligible for buyback. That means 118 ran first round.
Sorry, if you were not aware, buybacks are $20. As Brad just said on our radio, it's the cheapest thing you'll do in Vegas.
My phone's getting fucking scattered about that shit. I had to say something. Now I know.
Gavin and Strip. I don't think so.
We can make time in the schedule.
Also, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It is Sunday, and we have a church service that is happening this morning as well. That's going to be at 9:30, which is in just under an hour and a half. It's going to be happening at Connolly's Pit, where Krusty Ramsey's car is, which is just off of one of the rows by the tech lanes in the staging lanes. So one of the first rows right over here. Again, 9:30 a.m. church service at Connolly's Pit, where Krusty Ramsey's car is located. Absolutely go check that. That is going to start at 9:30.
Only a bad penny that I'll be inspired after this year when they put printing them.
He's all fucking keyed up about that situation yesterday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our first pair here on Sunday going down the racetrack. It's Melanie Cox out of Jupiter, Florida in the left in the 2014 Cobra Jet, and Michael Hadrith in the 92 Mustang. They're nearly identical at the tree, but the win light going to Melanie Cox, who runs 895.0 on an 884 dial, as Hadrith got there first by a 1/10 and a quarter and broke out by 8 thou. Justin Keller and Steven Erickson in a double breakout. The win goes to Erickson. Our Mustang Madness competitors killing it on the tree this morning. Justin Kernley Darris out of Temecula getting a single run as Linda Zimnicki didn't show up. 1088 the dial, horrible on the tree, but runs 1097.8 at 129 on the free time run. Jason Biscay out of Rochester, Washington, over here in the left lane in that 68 Mustang. And Vince Frontino out of San Dimas in the 02 Mustang in the right lane. Biscay trying to chase him down. All right, and Jason Biscay gets there. All right, attention in the pits. Fig Speed Open Comp round 2. Come to the tech lanes for pairing. Again, Fig Speed Open Comp round 2. Come to the tech lanes for pairing. This is your first call to the lanes. RacingJunk.com buybacks for box. You are on standby. Randall Gardner and Jeremy Aston. Aston out of Springvale, Utah in a double breakout win. Aston gets it. He was better on the tree by 8 thou. And only 7 thou off his dial. Keith Reisner in that big wheel standing 70 Mustang. I love watching that thing leave every time. I can see a lot of hood and roof every time he lets go of the button. 920 the dial, goes 965 at only 108 miles an hour as he lifts just past the 8th mile and coasts it in. 31 on the tree, gonna be good. Jimmy Bolton out of Placerville is way behind on the tree compared to Johnny Mendoza. Mendoza gets the win in another double breakout. Mendoza was 008 on the tree. All right, Keith Lingle and Craig Bellavender. Bellavender over there in the Demon out of Phoenix, 924 the dial. Lingle 1230 the dial in that 68 El Camino. This is our buyback round for Calvert Racing no box. Fig Speed Open Comp, round number 2. You need to come to the lanes, please. Come to the tech lanes for your pairings. Fig Speed Open Comp to the tech lanes for your pairings. Buybacks for RacingJunk.com box. You are on standby. Sandy Pusateri in the 67 Camaro in the right lane, and Todd Bartley in the 16 Hellcat in the left lane. Are 1.8 seconds apart in dial. Sandy a little bit better than Todd. And runs it right down Broadway. Todd didn't look like he couldn't run the number on this one. Sandy got there. Led it from end to end. Jimmy Olsen and Leland Cole. Cole in that cool 82 Camaro. Jimmy Olsen in that 2020 Dodge Charger. Thing is a fast machine, runs 975. Leland Cole in the Camaro, 1068. So almost a second head start. Bulbs. Cole goes way red. Olsen way green. The win light going to Olsen over there in the right lane, who ran 1019 on the 75. All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention. Box buybacks. Again, racingjunk.com, box buybacks. We need you to lane 7 and 8, please. First round losers in racingjunk.com box. If you want to buy back, it's $20, and we need you to come to lane 7 and 8. Fig speed open comp. If you are not in the tech lanes for pairings, you are late. This is your final call. Fig speed open comp round 2 to the tech lanes for pairings. This is your final call. Racingjunk.com box buybacks. Buybacks only to lane 7 and 8, please. All right, again, racingjunk.com box buybacks. I need you to lane 7 and 8, please. Box buybacks to lane 7 and 8, please. Red Tide canopies, triple index, round number 2, you're on standby. NorCal trailers, super index. You guys for round 2 are also on standby. As we are rolling through our Calvert Racing no box buyback. Tana Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho in the right lane in the 70 Mustang. And David Kennedy out of Grantsville, Utah. Tana goes 003 green. Kennedy was way red. Tana runs it all the way out the back door, goes 10:36.1 on a 10:41. Good job, Tana. Tana came up here and sang our national anthem, as she has done at Streetcar Super Nationals a bunch of times, and did a beautiful job yesterday. Just a reminder, folks, in about an hour and 10 minutes, there's going to be church service at Conley's Pit, which is over at this end near the staging lanes. It's where Krusty Ramsey's car is on display. Again, Connolly's Pit, where Krusty's car is. Come on down for 9:30 church service. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call for Fig Speed Open Comp round number 2. If you're not here, we're running without you. RacingJunk.com box buybacks to 7 and 8, please. Again, RacingJunk.com box buybacks to 7 and 8, please. Nicole Edwards over there in the left lane goes 160 on the tree, 101 red in the right lane. Edwards getting the win. Nicole Edwards' birthday, by the way. Happy birthday to Nicole Edwards. Yes, happy birthday. Look at dancing around on the starting line. Everybody's having fun this morning. The sun is out, which is like the first time we've had this in the morning in days. So that's awesome. Big thanks to all of you guys. RacingJunk.com box buybacks. You should be in 7 and 8, please. I got a bunch of you, but there are more of you that are eligible. So if you are in box and you lost first round for $20, you can buy back in today. But we need you in lane 7 and 8. Jeremy Lamb and JD Ward in a double breakout, but the win going to JD. James Trammell and David Gebhardt Gebhardt's trying to chase him down. Trammell was good on the tree, though, and gets the win. racingjunk.com box buybacks. If you're just getting up and you lost round one of racingjunk.com box and you would like to buy back, it is $20 in lane 7 and 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Red Tide Canopies, triple index, round 2. To the tech lanes, please. Red Tide Canopies, triple index, round number 2. To the tech lanes, please, for pairings. NorCal Trailers Super Index, you are on standby. If you have not reviewed the schedule, it is posted. Holders AC Small Tire will be coming up in just a little bit. Then we're going to go to Precision Turbo Pro Mod and then back into Mustang Madness. Just giving you guys a little bit of a heads up as to what we have coming if you're not looking at the schedule right now. Red Tide Canopies, triple index, round number 2. To the tech lanes for pairings, please. Marcus Steed breaks out 11:20 with an 8 after having a 3:07 reaction time. He was chasing Corey Harris for all he was worth, but Harris goes 11:006 on a 1098 dial. And Joe Vlacity in that beautiful 55 Chevy over here in the right lane out of Glendale, Arizona. Wheels up launch. And Dennis Sato over there, or Sato, sorry, in the left lane, going up against him in the 84 Camaro. Dan Check out of Mill Valley in that 69 Chevelle getting a single run, moves out way over there next to the center line. Goes 985.5 on his 975 dial. A little sleepy on the tree, but it's all right. He had a single, so that's fine. Will Maliran out of Oro Valley, Arizona in that cool 64 Econoline. And Anthony Blanco out of Arizona City, Arizona. And another cool car, the 72 Vega. I like me a Vega. Blanco getting all Paul Bunyan on the tree out there. Trying to run him down. Will he get there? Yes. In a double breakout. Will Maliran probably going to be okay because this thing just ran way quicker than it has run before. 1288.4 in the right lane. Way too quick. Anthony Blanco went 996 on a 1003, but gets the win. John Gwynn of Apple Valley in the left lane, and Luigi Panunzio. Panunzio, a regular out here in that S10, and it shows on the tree as he is 21. And in a double breakout, wins it over there in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Red Tide Canopies, triple index. Round number 2, I need you to the tech lanes, please, for your pairings. NorCal Trailers Super Index, you guys are on standby. Chris Montoya and John McKinley. McKinley in that cool 69 Chevelle. with the starting line advantage. Will he hold him off? He does. Enough of an advantage that Montoya had to break out by a bunch trying to get there. And John McKinley owning that one end to end. Greg Dreyer and DeAndre Fitzgerald, and DeAndre was right on his normal reaction time, but goes down there and breaks out. Because Greg Dreyer was a little bit better on the tree. He broke out as well, but not as bad. DeAndre out in E2. Attention in the pits. If I can get the leader of the West Coast Bikes organization to come to the tower, please. If I can get the leader of the West Coast Bikes group. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir, but if I can get the leader for the West Coast Bikes group to come on up here to the second floor of the tower and see Mel or Matt, we would appreciate it. Robert Grice, I love you, dude. You crack me up. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for awesome photos of your race cars, go see Extreme Photography right here behind the tower in the motorhome. They're going to be there all day today. Go see Robert and the crew. You can do digital copies, printed, all kinds of great stuff. There's tons of options. Win for Chris Young over there in the right lane. Goes 18 on a 15 after a 69 light to beat Sam Montgomery. Again, Extreme Photography is behind the tower. If you go down there, they will give you a killer deal on some awesome photos. Like I said, if you want great racetrack photos, go see Robert and the gang at Extreme Photos. Steve Erickson over there in the right lane is red. James Taggart in the left lane runs it right down Broadway, runs it flat out because he knew he had the win. Goes 11:54 with an 8 on the 11:56. Don't touch a thing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. I need you to the tech lanes for pairing. I've called you guys a bunch of times. We need you to the lanes. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. We need you to the tech lanes for pairing, please. Todd Hussman and Brian King. King with a huge starting line advantage. Andy gets the win driving it end to end. Devin Jansen in that cool 70 Nova. And Chris Pinner. Pinner over there in the 70 Nova as well. One's got that traditional sort of super stock look over there in the right lane, and the other one way down low and nasty, and I love it. Again, red tide canopies, triple index to the tech lanes for pairing. Little wompity womp womp going on down there. They were nearly identical, 56 to a 61 on the tree, and the win going to Devin, who is 54.5 on a 46, as neither one of them wanted to take the stripe. Like, no, you, no, me, no, you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NorCal Trailers, Super Index, round 2. I need you to lane number 5. Nose to tail in lane number 5. Again, single file in lane number 5 for your pairings for NorCal Trailers, Super Index round number 2. Holders AC Small Tire, you guys are on standby. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Whoa, big wheel stand over there for Keith Reisner. That car leaves so awesome. It's crazy. Runs right down Broadway, dials 904, goes 908 after a 13 on the tree, and Scott Taylor in the left lane breaks out as he was trying to keep up. Hannah Taylor came back up, did not find the Christmas tree like she did in her previous run, and Joey Hatch knocking her out here in open comp. Brad Powell in the dragster, and Joe Aller. As we get into the box category. Joe Aller goes trip zip to Brad Powell's 14 light. The dragster way over by the center line. The win goes to Joe Aller, who runs trip zip dead on the dial with a 1. A 1-pack for Joe Aller out of Mount Home, Idaho. Don't touch a thing, dude. Stay at whatever you got to do. You keep doing that, you're winning today for sure. Brad Powell was 14 on the tree and only 10 over on the dial and is sent home. NorCal Trailers Super Index round number 2. Come on down to lane 5, single file for your pairings. Again, NorCal Trailers Super Index round number 2, single file in lane 5 for your pairings, please. Andy Presimoni getting a single run down there. David Phillips. Phillips out of North Las Vegas, the 82 Camaro, and Gavin Pine in the 02 Vision chassis junior comp car. Box buybacks. If you are not in 7 and 8, you're late. We're running you now. NorCal Trailers Super Index. You need to line up in lane 5, single file for your pairings. Phillips dials a 679, Gavin a 682. They're going to be next door to each other the whole way down the racetrack if they do it right. Red light start for Gavin Pine. Phillips also red 005, but getting the win light runs it out the door. 676.6 on the 79 dial. Don't touch a thing, David. Good job. Candy Larson in that beautiful 66 Acadian in the right lane. And Luther Waters in that awesome butternut yellow 68 Camaro out of Pasadena in the left lane. 690 and 691, their dials. Candy Larson's going to own this one. She goes 19 on the tree, runs 93 with a 6 on a 91 dial, and Luther has to break out by nearly 3/10 because he was nearly 5/10 behind on the tree. Kaisley Price in the 06 TNT Dragster. Patrick Williams in the 97 GMC Sonoma. Looks like an old pro stock truck. I love those things. Attention in the pits. NorCal Trailers Super Index round number 2. Come on down to lane number 5 for your pairings, please. Come on down single file in lane number 5 for your pairings. If you're looking for great photos of your car, make sure you go see Extreme Photos behind the tower. Patrick Williams goes 007 and gets the win. Kaisley goes 026 on the tree and is going home with a 473 on a 71 dial. John Carvalho Jr. in the 67 Camaro out of Modesto, and Sid Summers, the 77 Camaro out of Rexburg, Idaho. 575 the dial in the left lane, 635 in the right. Here in box, buybacks. Oh, we got a broken dragster on the starting line. That's Neil Presimoni. Jeremy Rapp goes 007 on the tree, runs it out the door, and goes 463 on a 459 dial. Presimoni having issues. Sorry to see that. NorCal Trailers Super Index. You guys should be in lane number 5 for round 2. NorCal Trailers Super Index. You should be in lane 5 for round number 2. Again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to conclude our first hour on this gorgeous Sunday morning here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21, presented by Fuel Tech. Thank you so much to all of you guys for coming out here today. Like I said, we haven't had sun like this at all yet this weekend, and it's awesome. Attention in the pits, Holders AC Small Tire. We are going to be calling you to the lanes momentarily. Holders AC Small Tire. Just a reminder, get them up on the jacks and warm them up. Check tires and get ready, because we're going to be calling you guys here shortly. NorCal Trailers Super Index, come on down to lane number 5. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are also on standby. Red light start. Oh no, left before the tree came down in the right lane of Michael Bolton. Out of Placerville in the Jeep, getting the win in the left lane. Keith Reisner and Joe Watts. Reisner with that wheel standing 70 Mustang. If you haven't watched this thing go way up, you need to pay attention. It is fun to watch. Reisner out of Peyton, Colorado. Just a heads up to our Precision Turbo Pro Mod guys. We told you yesterday that we would be running you at or around 10 a.m. this morning, and that is still the case. We're not rushing you at all. We will move classes around in order to get you guys somewhere after 10 a.m. So we have you currently scheduled to go behind Holder's AC Small Tire, but if that looks like that's going to be too soon, we have classes that we will shuffle around, so no worries. You have time. Wheel standing again for Reisner, but he goes red, 21 on the tree, and Joe Watts also red down there. Just a reminder, folks, it's early and it's Sunday, so please, let's all be kind to each other this morning. Our track staff wants to get you guys down the racetrack and into the winner's circle, and are doing everything to do that for you and to keep you guys safe. So please work with them. DeAndre Fitzgerald back up here in box. I'm going to say he goes at 82 light. Wow. Nuh-uh. DeAndre and Rod Thomas. Rod has to wait forever and is way late compared to DeAndre. DeAndre was 50 on the tree. 50. That's the best reaction time I've ever seen from the Santa Fe. Goes down there and runs 1294 on the 62 dial at a whopping 44.99 mile an hour. Want to take this opportunity to thank all of you guys out there that are racing or spectating with us today, who are first responders or currently enlisted or veterans. We do appreciate you guys being out here. It's a really, really cool thing that we have all of these great airplanes flying over us all the time here at Las Vegas, and it just makes you appreciate some things, folks. Loving you there, Monty Fitzgerald. Great job. Attention in the pits. Holder AC Small Tire. It is your time. Holders AC Small Tire. Come on down to lane number 2 for your pairings. Single file in lane number 2 for your pairings. Holders AC Small Tire. Come on down to lane number 2 for your pairings. Matt Hardy getting the win down there after Scott Taylor broke out trying to chase him. Hardy with that 005 green to Taylor's not too shabby 41. Jaden Hawker out of Wellsville, Utah, in the Challenger, and Kevin McGee in the Charger. 1160 their indexes in triple index. This is round number 2 for triple. Little smoke out of Kevin McGee's down there. Nearly identical on the tree, but McGee unable to run the number, and Jaden Hawker goes down there cautiously taking the stripe off the throttle and goes 1186.9. Once again at 9:30, which is in 26 minutes, we're going to have chapel service at Connolly's Pit, where Krusty Ramsey's car is, which is across from the tech lanes here up at the staging lane end of the pits. Everybody is welcome. Come on down. Bring your coffee. Hang out. And enjoy a morning of spiritual reflection with Conley and the crew. We appreciate them very much. Also, remember, Extreme Photos is behind the tower. And they have got all the awesome wheels up photos and burnout photos and all the good stuff from your car. DeAndre Fitzgerald, Uber driver, picking up his old man right now. You are awesome. Fear the fro, people. Fear the fro. Once again, I want to say happy birthday to Nicole Edwards. We told her happy birthday while she was going down the racetrack, but Nicole, happy birthday. Thrilled that you are spending it with us here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21, presented by Fuel Tech. Regan Schomer, 82 on the tree, was in control, but gets down there, and Quentin Palenti takes the stripe by 27 thou and runs a hun over to take the win. Jeff Dye out of Atascadero, the 63 Nova over here in the right lane, and Leland Cole. Cole in that Camaro. Oh, getting backed off the starting line. It appears that Cole might be leaking something. So the win going to Jeff Dye. Dye went 39 on the tree and a 61 with a 9 on a 60 here in Triple Index. NorCal Trailers Super Index. This is your final call to lane number 5 for your pairings. Holders AC Small Tire. Holders AC Small Tire. Come on down to lane number 2, single file for your pairings. Holders AC Small Tire. Come on down, single file for your pairings in lane number 2. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness and West Coast Bikes. You guys are on standby. While it's quiet, just a reminder, you can go on over there and see Robert Grice and the crew at Extreme Photos. They're right behind the tower, and they have all the awesome photos of your rides.
Drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Leland in the Camaro dripped a little bit of something on the starting line, so we are doing a quick cleanup. We got the torch out, and we got that clean. They're doing a quick little drag, and we're going to be good to go and right back to it. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you lost in Lil Gangsters in the first or second round and you would like to get into the NorCal Truck Lil Gangsta's second chance race, you can do that by going to the Streetcar Super Nationals merch trailer and signing up. Again, if you go to the NorCal, if you are wanting to get into the NorCal Truck Lil Gangsta's second chance race, go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer and let them know, and we will get you into that race. Our Australian Outback Plants Lil Gangsters, presented by NorCal Truck and Williams Motorsports, is going to be doing their chip draw here shortly at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer as well. So again, if you lost in the first or second round of Lil Gangsters and you would like to be in the NorCal Truck second chance race, come to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer and we'll get you all sorted. Holders AC Small Tire, I need you guys to lane number 2, single file for your pairings. Super Index, thank you guys for coming. We appreciate it. So we are in triple right now. Morrow Brothers, Ford Mustang Madness, and West Coast Bikes, you guys are on standby. As we are probably going to run you before, actually I know we're going to run you before Pro Mod. Unless something weird changes, we're going to run you before we call Pro Mod. That's Joe Velocity in the 55 Chevy over there getting the single run as Jason Biscay didn't show up for the call. And Joe uses it as a test hit, goes 31 on the tree and runs it out the door at 10:42. Tony Diaz-Avito in that beautiful blue 69 Camaro out there goes 15 on the tree. David Trammell goes 16 red, runs it all the way out the door unchecked, but Tony Azevedo goes 61 with a 9 on a 1060 dial with a 15 light, don't touch a thing. Greg Dreher and Michael Porter. Dreher has the advantage on the starting line, and he drives it all the way down in a double breakout. His 19 light comes out ahead of the 69 light of Michael Porter in the right lane. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was Luther Waters over there in the left lane. In the Camaro, it appears that he filled that bad boy full of fuel. And if you own a first-gen Camaro or with a stock fuel tank and filler location, you know that it takes some work to keep the fuel from pouring out of the back of them when you take off if they're too full, and that looks like is exactly what happened for Luther. Attention in the pits. Holders AC Small Tire, this is your final call to lane number 2 for your pairings. Again, Holders AC Small Tire, this is your last call to the lanes for pairings. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you guys can come down for round number 3 to lane number 5. Single file, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, come on down to lane number 5. And West Coast Bikes, this is your first call to the lanes. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, round number 3. Come on down to lane number 5 for your pairings. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to lane number 5 for your pairings. West Coast Bike, you guys can come down to 3 and 4 for your second round. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, this is your heads up. It's 9:25, and we are going to call you on or about the 10 a.m. mark. All right, folks, we are back at it with Frank D'Souza in the 63 Nova. He was supposed to be going up against Mason Hawker in the Love Truck, but Mason having trouble and the thing won't start. I hate that for you, dude. Mason was in the water box. It was running. It was fine, and we had that fuel spill all out there we had to clean up, and so Mason not able to refire the truck. I feel so bad for him. D'Souza goes 43 on the tree and runs it out the door, 1053 on the 1060 dial. Attention in the pits. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. I need 7 of you to be in lane number 5 for your pairings. West Coast Bikes. West Coast Bikes, come on down to 3 and 4 for your pairings for round number 2. Holders AC Small Tire. I think you guys are all there, but if somebody is in Holders AC Small Tire and you are not here, you are late. Come on down to lane number 2. Big wheel stand for Tracy Hawker. Gary Anamura left before the tree was activated at all. So Tracy getting the win out there. Jeremy Aston and James Knight coming up next. 860 and 960 their index respectively. Here in Super Index. The 67 Camaro of James Knight, small tire car over there in the left lane. Aston in that 2011 Mustang, also Small Tire equipped. Aston out of Springville, Utah, and James Knight out of Peoria, Arizona. Jeremy goes 151 on the tree. James 087, and James leads it all the way down, running 961.5 on his 960 index for the win. Chris Pinter in that orange Big Tire Nova, and Chris Montoya in the 92 Mustang. Montoya 860 the index, Chris Pinter 960 the index. Pinter out of Santa Margarita, California, 55 years young. .72 on the tree in the left lane. Pinter owned this deal and then broke out, giving the win to Chris Montoya, who had a 258 light. Oh, Pinter breaking out by 54 thou. NorCal truck, Lil Gangster's second chance. If you lost in round 1 or 2 of Lil Gangsters and you would like to participate in the NorCal truck second chance race, you need to go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer, pay your entry, and get in there for the $3 grand to win. Extreme Photos is located behind the tower and is selling all your favorite pictures of your cars out here at Streetcar Super Nationals number 21. Yes, Matt DeYoung, yes, they are. They're selling all the photos of your car. Cool or not? How's that? Chris Montoya getting the win. And Devin Jansen. And this Big Tire Nova over here, I love this thing. 860 the index. Tess Wood out of Lancaster in this 2022 Audi. Also 860 index. This is a little beast right here. Wait. Checking for water. Coming out of the Audi. Just condensation coming out of the exhaust. Making sure we're good to go. We've got prep going on in lanes 3 and 4 on the drag strip. Tess never left, and then cruises down the racetrack. 10:03 at 152 mile an hour. The win goes to Devin. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Round number 3. We need you to lane number 5, please. And West Coast Bikes, We need you guys to 3 and 4. West Coast Bikes, come on down to 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. If you have lost your AirPods case, I have it. And this one's an actual Apple AirPods case. It is a Type-C charging case, so I know that makes it a newer one. If you are missing your AirPods case out of your pocket, there are no AirPods in it. It's just the case. So if you're missing your AirPods case, come on up to the second floor of the tower and I'll give it to you. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. I believe all of you guys are there, but if you are not there, you need to be in lane number 5. West Coast Bikes. This is your final call to lanes 3 and 4. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you guys are on standby. We will keep you posted. Sorry, folks. Hughes Performance Big Tire. I misspoke. I meant Pro Mod. Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you are not on standby. But it won't be very long. So, you know, if you haven't pulled it out of the box yet, you should. But Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. I am getting word from the lovely Mrs. Roth that this is last call to buy into the NorCal Truck Lil Gangsters second chance race. It is a $100 entry at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. And the second chance race chip draw will be, E1 will be at 9:45 behind the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. Yeah, and it is $3,000 to win, a $100 entry. Just letting you guys know, so that NorCal Truck Lil Gangster second chance race, there are 48 of you that are eligible for that lost in first or second round. So far, only 16 have signed up, and it's $3,000 to win. So if you have not signed up, you should hurry up and do that, because it may not be a giant field, and you'll have a better odds of getting there. So definitely go down there and sign up with the girls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Holders AC Small Tire. All right, here we go. Holders AC Small Tire. Out here. It's a no time category. Sorry, I was talking with Heather Roth, Mrs. Mel. Actually, maybe we should call Mel Mr. Heather. I think that'd be good. So we got Ron Odo and Josh Lightfoot. Lightfoot out of Alameda in that really cool orange 2004 Mustang. And Ron Odo out of Lancaster, California, up there near one of our great sponsors, Calvert Racing. Over there in that little 64 Nova with a 549 cubic inch Dart power plant under the hood. Odo rolls through the beams. Not sure what just happened there, but Odo just rolled. Lightfoot gets the win, clearly. That thing went A to B. The racetrack is happy this morning, folks. Up next, Josh Warnberg. I talked to Josh yesterday. He's out of Iona, Idaho in that 73 Camaro. Really cool car. I asked him if anybody ever referred to it as the Smurf, and he wasn't really thrilled when I asked him that. And I said, look, I'm not saying it's not a negative thing. I said, my buddy Chris Smith, who owns Smitty's Custom Auto out of Ohio, has a 70 Camaro that is an absolute pro touring and road racing beast. And I said, it's nearly the identical color, and it's called the Evil Smurf. And he said, oh, okay, I gotcha. And I said, dude, I love that thing. It's a great looking car. And he's going up against Sheldon Root in the Canadian Acadian. That 62 model, 540 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood for Root. This should be a fun run to watch. They leave together. Oh, I think Root's got him. He does. Root driving away from him down there on the back half. But Josh Warnberg went A to B as well. Trying to keep up. And now it's Don Anderson out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico in the right lane in the 91 Mustang. And Mike Orban. Mike Orban out of Grass Valley in the 68 Camaro in the left lane. Anderson over there in the right lane with a Coyote power combo. Those things rev to the moon and they just sound evil. They are huge and they are hard to fit and stuff, but boy, do they make power. Anderson's in. Little bit of a hole shot for Orban. He's out front and he gets the win. That one was won on the starting line, folks, as Orban let go of the button a skosh before Don Anderson. Tim Van Tol, the Van Tol family out here in force this weekend. Out of Princeton, California in the 98 Camaro is Tim and Ed Else. Else out of Frederick, Colorado, 51 years of age in that 89 Mustang. Just a reminder, folks, there's Streetcar Super Nationals event t-shirts, 2 different styles. One with Darren Groh's car on it and one with Krusty Ramsey's car. And then there's event hoodies. The t-shirts are $25, the hoodies $45. They also have $10 t-shirts on the Streetcar Super Nationals website store for Christmas presents. And Ed with the wheels up, it's wiggling around, but he stays in it. Ed Else, great driving job. That car was doing a little bit of a shimmy and he drove it perfectly. No sawing at the wheel. It had the left front in the air all the way to about 380 feet. Getting the win over Tim Van Tol. James Zaks. Zaks coming up next in that evil convertible over there in the right lane out of Porter, Texas, the 90 model Mustang. And in the left lane out of Mesa, Arizona, Justin Hutchings in the evil CTSV 2012 model. That thing's also done some interesting wheel stands this weekend. What a run for James Zaks. That thing just ripped on down the right lane. Just dangling the left front tire most of the way. All right. Attention in the pits. Pro Modified. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. This is your first call to the lanes. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, this is your first call to the lanes. Come on down to lane number 7 for your pairings. Yes, I know it's 9:54. And I told you it was going to be 10. I'm not griping at you to come. I'm just giving you the first call. So we would love to have you guys come on down. Precision Turbo Pro Mod to lane number 7 for your pairings. All right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, round numero tres. That's number 3 for my Canadian brethren. We have 7 cars in the category that are left. So somebody's getting a single. Jeremy Aston, 880, his dial. Keith Reisner in that wheel standing 70 Mustang out of Peyton, Colorado, 598 cubic inches of big block Ford under the hood is dialed 920, and that thing will stand up every single run. And Reisner has been on a tear today. Reisner, 19 on the tree to the 131 of Jeremy. He owned that deal. It was his race. He crosses the finish line 2.5 tenths before Jeremy to break out by 58 thousandths of a second. Keith, that was a tough one right there. Good job, Jeremy Aston, by keeping him honest down there. He went 131 on the tree and goes 889 on the 880 dial. Steven Erickson out of Oregon in the 07 GT500 big tire back half car. Trouble for Steven in the right lane. Very slow off the tree. Justin Carnley, also really slow reaction time out of Temecula. But he gets the win, 11:15 on a 1088 dial. Not sure what happened to Steven Erickson. Sorry to see that car just cruising up the hill. Johnny Mendoza out of LA, over here in the 93 Mustang, was supposed to be taking on Jason Biscay in the 68 Mustang, but not able to do so. So Mendoza, who is also entered in some other categories, went up there and just took the tree. Melanie Cox, all right, Melanie Cox in the Calvert Racing 2014 Cobra Jet. This thing will leave with the wheels up. 884 of the dial on the single here in Mustang Madness. $14 on the tree, runs it out the door, 886 with a 4 on the 884 dial. Don't change a thing. And our West Coast bikes coming up next. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. I need you to lane 7 for your pairings. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, if you're not there, come on down. Oh, I'm getting word you're all there. I love you guys. It's awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Brian Sabina and Dylan Rogers went down there, and Dylan got the win here in West Coast Bikes. Matt Atkinson out of Spokane, Washington, in the 2013 Kawasaki over there in the left lane. In Corona, California's Mikey Magallanes. That's what I'm going with. Mikey Magallanes. If I'm butchering that, I really apologize, Mikey. Send somebody to tell me how to do it or send me a message on Facebook. In the 03 Hayabusa, again, out of Corona, California. Having a little bit of trouble up there on the starting line getting that bike in gear. Purging the nitrous, I approve. I'm a fan. Unless the rules say otherwise, everything needs a toot. Mikey qualified number 9 with a 871. Oh, sorry, those are from another event. Oh, look at Mikey driving away from Matt. Looked like Matt might have had issues out there early. Mikey getting the round win. And Whitney Carlson from Nampa, Idaho, coming up in the 2012 Kawasaki Ninja. Jeremy Wanders, also out of Nampa, in the 2021 Hayabusa. Look at all our street racers. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. We so appreciate you guys being out here this weekend. The Brotherhood of Street Racers in the house. All right, folks. It is time. I am about to call Australian Outback Plants Lil Gangsters. And that is going to mean everybody that is still in the main class. This is not the second chance race. We will call you to the lanes for that here shortly. So you are on standby. But Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by NorCal Truck and Williamson Motorsports, come on down to the tech lanes for pairings. There should be 16 of you. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, elimination round number 3. Come to the tech lane for pairing. Kenneth Coleman just flying down there in the 2017 Suzuki. And Terry Zimnikas in the 08 going up the hill now.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Tech lane for pairings. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangster, second chance. Round 1, you guys are on standby. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I just got a message from Mark Laukamp. Says Conley Racing is in need. Conley Racing is in need. They need 5 gallons of Q16. The fuel trailer is sold out of Q16. If anybody has 5 gallons of Q16, the Conley and the entire crew of Krusty Ramsey's Malibu, They need it. Again, for Krusty's Malibu, we need some fuel. 5 gallons of Q16, please. If you can provide that, go over to the Conley Racing pit, which is down here at the south end of the pit area. Otherwise, come see me in the tower on the second floor. Look on Facebook on Conley Racing. They've listed a phone number as well. So again, Q16, 5 gallons needed for Krusty Ramsey's Malibu for the Conley Racing crew. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Pro Modified. We are here in Precision Turbo Pro Mod. We're your number one qualifier. Was Brylan Holder with a 365.0 at 205. So we are going into round number 2. Andy Carinas out of Pacifica, California in the 68 Camaro, qualified number 5 and is over there in the left lane. Nick Duda out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada in the 63 Corvette that is small block Chevrolet powered. Over here in the right lane, qualified number 8 with a 384.1. That's 50 thou, about 45 thou actually, separating the two of them. Who's it gonna be? Duda is in. Andy is in. The tree comes down. Big hole shot advantage for the right lane. Is he gonna do it? No! 32 on the tree to a 71. Nick Duda goes down there and runs 386. But it is Andy Carinas over there in the left lane. 374.3 at nearly 203 miles an hour. Gets there 78 thou before Nick Duda. Nick did everything he could. Absolutely did his job on the tree. Checking the racetrack, doing a little quick swipe at it. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, Eliminations round number 3. We need you to the tech lanes for pairing. Again, Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by NorCal Truck and Williamson Motorsports. We need you to the tech lanes for pairings. Remember, folks, at Precision Turbo and Engine, their why is deeply rooted in an unyielding commitment to performance and reliability. In an industry where every detail matters, they strive to engineer products that not only unleash unparalleled power, but also stand the test of time, ensuring that you can drive with confidence and peace of mind. If you're looking for a turbocharger for your application, look no further than PrecisionTurbo.com. That is Garrett Richards. Your Street Car Super Nationals 20 champion in Pro Modified last year. Out of Tacoma, Washington, 55 years of age. In the 2012 Shelby Mustang. Richard qualified number 13 with a 405 and is going up against Mike Labatt out of Alberta. Mike Labatt in the 68 Firebird, 521 cubic inches, qualified number 3 with a 3.740. Labatt is in. Labatt with the slower reaction time, but he gets right down Broadway as Garrett Richards. Not going to repeat this year. He has trouble out there in the middle, pedals it, and moves around a little bit. But Mike Labatt goes 373.0 at 209 miles an hour after going 973 to 60 and 255 with a 4 to the 330. That is one hot rod. Good job for both of those teams, but Mike Labatt moving on to the next round. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, come on down to the tech lanes for your pairings. If you're not there already, you guys are late. Come on down, please. Remember, folks, get the Summit Racing advantage with fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. For all your needs, visit summitracing.com. And John Durden over there in the right lane going up against Dan Martin in the left. Martin in the 68 Camaro out of Wilton, California. Durden out of San Juan Bautista, California, in that 56 Corvette with 526 cubic inches of MBR power under the hood. Durden qualified number 6 with a 379, and Dan Martin qualified 16th with a 427. If you have lost your AirPods case, if you have lost your Apple AirPods case, I have it up here in the second floor of the tower, so come on down. San Juan Bautista, a beautiful area of California, where Durden is at. A sleepy little quiet town with a awesome pro mod family racing there. I love it. Durden. Wow. Durden goes all the way, 375.3 at 201.91. But ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Dan Martin was 13 on the tree, and John Durden was 13 on the tree. They were identical reaction times. Durden goes 991 to 60 foot, and Dan Martin had trouble, as you saw, was 1.326 to 60, and it was over. John Durden went all the way down Broadway. So Gage the intern is saying that he thinks that Durden's car has a Lenko in it. I would love if that thing was actually lever shifted instead of air shifted, but you let me know. When I got my pro stock license 24 years ago, it was in a Lenko lever car, and I loved it. Josh Kalish out of Aromas in the 19 Corvette with 509 cubic inches of MBR power. And Ryan Griffin out of Olympia, Washington in that beautiful smoky burnout producing 67 Mustang. He's got a 302 Ford under the hood if you listen to him. Qualified number 4, 377. Kalish, number 9, 385. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NorCal truck, Lil Gangsta's second chance race to the tech lanes for pairings. Lil Gangsta's second chance race. Those of you that lost in the first or second round and have signed up to be in, come on down to the tech lanes for your pairings as we have done our chip draw and we are ready to rock and roll with you guys. So again, Lil Gangsta's second chance to the tech lanes for pairings, please. Josh and Ryan separated by 800ths in qualifying. Oh, and there you go. Your number 4 qualifier, Ryan Griffin, picking it up 373.2 at 210 miles an hour. Was 072 on the light to Josh Kalish's 073. They were only 3 thousandths of a second difference to the 60, and that's where it all changed as Ryan Griffin just motored on down the racetrack. Again, I have a racer in need. We need 5 gallons of Q16 fuel, please, at Conley Racing. The fuel trailer is sold out. They would really appreciate it if a fellow racer could provide them with 5 gallons of Q16 to put in Krusty and Meg Ramsey's amazing Malibu for their next round. All right, Conley Racing. Brandon McConkey is coming to you right now to see if you guys still need fuel. And if you have a golf cart and can go to his pit with him, he will provide you with some fuel. He is coming to find you in the pits right now, guys. All right, in the right lane, we got Troy Baugh in the 68 Camaro, qualified 12,390. Doug Reister, Victoria, Texas, qualified number 2 with the 370. Reister, all kinds out of shape, over by the wall. Gets it done. It looked like he had a hole out there. Doug gets the win. 60 on the tree to Troy Baugh's better 45 light. Troy out of Reading was 101 to 60. Doug was 947. Doug was a 10th better to 330 as well, and motored on down for the win. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangsters, second chance race. You should be in the tech lanes for pairing right now. Getting the buy run, your number 1 qualifier, Brylan Holder. Brylan, 27, from Bakersfield, California, son of Roger Holder. Qualified number 1 with a 3.650 at 205.85. Getting another shot all by himself down this racetrack. The Holder family, a longtime supporter of Streetcar Super Nationals, the title sponsor for our Holder's AC Small Tire. We appreciate them very much. I have had the distinct pleasure of filming them going down the racetrack for many years, and let me tell you, Roger's car is always awesome. Big wheel stands all the way down the racetrack, all the good things. Whoa, Brylan driving that thing out there at the 330. It was right there trying to get over to the center line. He tugged on the wheel and got it over there. Goes 39 on the tree, 930 to 60 foot, 247 to the 330, and out the back, 366.9, 204.66 mile an hour. Good job, Holders. Roger, thank you for everything you guys have done for this series. We appreciate you guys. That kid can wheel it. Final call. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangsta's second chance race, presented by Williams Motorsports. You guys should be in the tech lanes for pairings as we get ready to start our Australian Outback Plants Lil Gangsters elimination round number 3, presented by NorCal Truck and Williams Motorsports. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go again. Donnie Hewlett and Kendall Redder side by side down there. Who's it going to be? The win light to Donnie Hewlett out of Arupa Valley down there in Southern California in that 64 Nova. Kendall Redder out of South Weber, Utah in that 72 Nova, just not able to make it happen. Remember, this is a no-time category. I don't see anything but their name and the year of their car, and if they happen to be nice enough to put any other information in there, I'll share it. I don't get a reaction time. I get no times of any kind on any screen that I have available. And we all get to see the win light together. And that is it. 5:30 is the index. So whoever gets there first without going quicker than 5:30 is the winner. Clint Stoneham in that awesome Z car, and Michael Bullock out of Calgary. The win going to Bullock down there in the 85 Daytona Turbo Z. Fernando Loya and Danny Crownover. Crownover out there in the 92 OBS Chevy pickup, which I love. And Fernando Loya in the 91 Mustang that I also love. Fox Body versus OBS. One of these was born to be the universal race car of our generation. The other one was not, but is certainly really cool, and it makes me happy. Danny bumps in. They're both a little slow on the leave. Looks like the Mustang's out front. He gets the win light. That's Fernando. Dan DeGata. DeGata out of Pomona, California. A veteran of Streetcar Supernationals, has gone round after round after round out here in a variety of classes over the years. Todd Porter. That's Todd Porter in the 89 S10 out of Rigby, Idaho. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Hughes Performance Big Tire. Single file in lane number 7, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire, single file in lane number 7, please. Porter out of Rigby, Idaho in the cool little S10. Who's it going to be? Through the finish line, Dan DeGata in the Mustang out of Pomona, going to round number 4. Round number 4. Dan DeGata is going to be jumping up and down. I love that. Dan's a great dude. Todd Porter is awesome as well. I talked to him yesterday or day before, and I love the little S10. Cool pair, fun to watch. Appreciate them being here. Jonathan Loya in the 1980 Mustang. 4i Fox body over there in the right lane. And Todd Brenton from Prineville, Oregon in the 64 Malibu. They leave together. The Mustang's got the left front in the air. Who's it going to be? The win light to Todd Brenton in the Malibu over there in the left lane. All right. Tim Van Tol in the right lane in the Camaro gets away clean, but Scott Roloff out of Palmer, Alaska, 3,366 miles away, goes up in smoke on the starting line as that thing just spun the tires hard from the hit. Sorry to see that for Scott. Like I said, look it up on Google. It's 3,366 miles to drive here from Palmer, Alaska. That he wins. He wins the long distance award. I don't even know if we have one. All right. Scott Roloff, thank you so much for coming out here from Alaska. You're awesome. Todd Case in the 03 Cobra over there in the right lane. Up against Justin Robbins. Robbins in the 81 Mercury Capri with a small block Ford behind the headlights. And oh boy, I think he got there. He did. Robbins left first, it looked like to me, and gives it to Todd Case. Taking the win. Oh, hearing that something may have fallen off the car and bounced over up against the wall. Want to thank the Van Tol family from Orland for coming out here this weekend. There are several of them running in several categories. Casey Van Tol out of Orland in that 64 Nova, 61 years young. Hughes Performance Big Tire, I need you to lane number 7, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire, come on down to lane number 7, please. Pro 275, this is your first call to the lanes. Pro 275, come on down to the tech lanes for pairing. Again, Pro 275 to the tech lanes for pairing. Hughes Performance Big Tire, come on down to lane 7 for your pairing as well. And again, Pro 275, come on down to the tech lanes for pairing. Limited Small Tire and Calvert Racing No Box, you are on standby. Casey Van Tol gets the win over Tom Kissling out of Pahrump. And Dylan Christensen out of Syracuse, Utah, in the 73 Nova is going to get a single. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Christensen out of Syracuse getting the single run. This is our final competitor for this round of Lil Gangsters. Thing bouncing around out there. Going A to B, but didn't sound like the run they were looking for. But hey, who cares? He got a single run. That's all that matters. And now we're going into we're getting ready to run our first round of the Lil Gangsters second chance race. And again, while it's quiet, Hughes Performance Big Tire, I need you to lane number 7 for pairing, and Pro 275 No Time, I need you to the tech lanes for pairing. Rick Fleetus out there blowing smoke and getting the Duramax from A to B. Beats Daniel Deal in the 72 Nova for the win in round number 1 of Lil Gangsta's second chance. All right. I just had another Alaskan visitor. I got all kinds of fun stuff to talk about with mileage. You guys are not going to believe this. All right, Todd Cahill in that beautiful 55 Bel Air in the left lane, going up against Lucas Mliner. So I talked to Lucas this morning, all right, on Facebook Messenger. And Lucas, I said, dude, your name is not spelled the way it is in my system. And he goes, it doesn't matter. I said, all right, well, it's Mlinar, Lucas Mlinar, who just entered into the second chance category. in that 69 Nova over there in the right lane that has the dog dish hubcaps. Big wheel stand. Come on, baby. He's trying to keep it down, and he does. Oh, no. Lucas must have went too fast. He got out there and crossed the finish line first, but there is a 530 index. Ladies, I don't have any numbers, so all I can go on is the fact that he was ahead. Wow. Lucas Mlinar, he's told me, he goes, Chad, I got to keep the nose of this thing down. And he's going to need to add some more weight to that bad boy. By the way, that car is for sale. It weighs 3,900 pounds. I will not tell you what it runs because we're here, but that car is for sale right now. He offered it to me, and it's only $11 bajillion outside of my poor announcer budget. But I love it. Speaking of love, Tyler Twerden out of Calgary in the 78 245 Volvo wagon. Yes, please. Getting the win over Matty Boardman out of Glendale in the 85 Mustang. Again, this is Lil Gangster's second chance race, round number 1. Brett Aubrey in that really cool 77 Corvette. And Christian Pulaski's out of Peoria, Arizona with the 75 Vega. I like both of these. I mean, how do you not like a 77 Corvette and a 75 Vega racing each other on a small tire heads up here at Streetcar Super Nationals number 21. Want to take this opportunity to thank Australian Outback Plants for being our overall Lil Gangsters class title sponsor. We've talked about them a bunch as the Corvette has trouble and the Vega goes down Broadway for the win. Attention in the pits. I need Pro 275 to the tech lanes for pairings. Pro 275. I need you to the tech lane for pairings. Limited Small Tire and Calvert Racing no box. You guys are on standby. Hughes Performance Big Tire. I'm also missing 2 of you guys. Hughes Performance Big Tire. You should be in lane 7. The win light went to Christian, as we said in the Vega, as the Corvette had trouble, which is sad to see. Ray Mohoff out of Kingman, Arizona in the 2012 Camaro in the right lane. And Don Anderson in the 91 Mustang Coyote-powered machine over here in the left lane. As I said before, the Australian Outback Plants, headed up by Paul D. Chambers, feeding koala bears and giraffes and all kinds of great animals at zoos all over the country. Awesome group of people. The win light going to Don Anderson out of Albuquerque over there in the left lane in the Mustang. And Shane Panunzio in the 92 S10 over there in the right lane. Anthony Jordan in this cool 90s style 1966 Chevelle in the left lane. I have built a fair number of A-bodies in my life, and a 66 and 67 Chevelle are a fun car to have. Remember, if you're looking for truck suspension for your 3/4 or 1 ton off-road, on the road, your hauler, your driver, your race truck, NorCalTruck.com is your truck suspension specialist. They have systems and kits and components for you to use yourself or for them to install at their facility in Northern California. They are out there. The Chevelle looks like he's ahead. What's it going to be? Yes. Anthony Jordan in the 66 Chevelle getting the win light. NorCal Truck provides hands-on experience in the aftermarket parts industry dating back to 1998, and they stand firm on their ground by offering only the products they truly believe in. They provide customers with service and support before the purchase is made, helping those that need assistance and guidance when it comes to product selection and addressing your needs. The do-it-yourself market has grown incredibly, which is why they provide exclusive one-on-one tech support service to help you get through the installation with confidence. But again, if you'd prefer to have them install it at their expert facility, they can do that as well. Also want to thank Williams Motorsports, who has stepped up to be one of our sponsors here. The Williams family has over 60 years of racing and amazing business practice. They were based out of the Dallas area and are now out of Northern California. Ralph Williams installed the passion for motorsports with his 3 sons, Patrick, Raphael, and Reggie. Ralph was a legend in the Texas streets, running at Yellow Belly Drag Strip, home of Lil Gangsters, and at Cedar Creek in Henderson County as well. He passed on all his knowledge of building cars and engines to his son, and currently Reggie Williams performs independent contract work specializing in LS swaps of all kinds and is running his NT Grudge S10 truck as well. Big thanks to Williams Motorsports. Visit them online at williamsmotorsports.org or hang out with them in the Manufacturers Midway as Xavier Mendoza out of Riverside takes the Nissan through the lights. Attention in the pits. Tim Brand or Tim Brond, Gate Pro in Big Tire, car number 773, T as in Tim. We need you to the lanes immediately. We are missing you. Tim, we need you to the lanes immediately, please, for Big Tire round number 2. Tim, come on down. Pro 275 no time. Come on down to the tech lanes for your pairings. Pro 275 no time to the tech lanes for your pairings. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Limited small tire. Round number 2 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Limited small tire to lanes 5 and 6, please. Calvert Racing, no box. You guys are on standby. Fig Speed Open Comp, you guys are on standby. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You're killing it this morning, and I don't want to jinx it. You're doing great. Thank you. I love you. Those of you that are coming to the lanes and letting us know that you're broke for your class is awesome. Thank you very much. If you are broke, just come let us know. We really do appreciate that. Michelle Henry. Pro 275, I'm missing 4 of you. You need to come to the tech lanes in the staging lanes, please. Pro 275, I need you to come to the tech lanes in the staging lanes. And limited small tire, I need you to 5 and 6, please. Limited small tire. LST, come on down to 5 and 6. All right, here's Mike Keenan in Hughes Performance Big Tire. Another one of our no time categories. As that cool 66 Chevelle that just won round number 1 and Lil Gangster's second chance comes cruising by. Appreciate you guys being here. Awesome car. Mike Keenan getting the single. Again, limited small tire. Come on down to 5 and 6, please. Limited small tire to 5 and 6, please. Keenan bumps it in. Nice looking run out there. Sounded like it was trying to spin the tire maybe at about the 300-foot mark. Shifted it and calmed her down. And here we go with Lance Knigge. Knigge behind the wheel of that 67 Nova out of Casper, Wyoming. And Raz from Raz Construction, one of our great live broadcast sponsors. We appreciate you, Art, and your entire organization. Out of Ridgefield, Washington, in the 69 Camaro. It's got a Brad Anderson 526. Is that really a 69 Camaro? The taillights don't look like it. I think it might be a 68, and we have a typo. I didn't look as he rolled by, so I'll have to look next time. Art, Raz, and Lance Carnegie. They're both in pre-stage. Art's in. Lance is in. They leave together, but Art Raz is motoring on down and gets the win light here in the next round of Big Tire. And now it's Michelle Henry. The Henry family came up to visit me yesterday, and I really appreciated them. They are such nice people. Michelle says to me, Chad, if my car runs XYZ, you have my permission to tell the world. And I said, I would love to do that, but I can't. I don't ever see any numbers. There are no numbers. When we say it's no time, there are literally no time. So I don't even have a way to read if she does a personal best. But I will tell you that she's been driving this car for a couple years, and she knows how to handle it. She's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend long, purging the nitrous. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Calvert Racing no box to lanes 7 and 8, please. Calvert Racing no box to 7 and 8. Limited small tire, you need to be in lanes 5 and 6, please. Limited small tire, I need you to 5 and 6, please. Over there in the left lane is Nick Duda behind the wheel of that small block Corvette that I love so much. This is a hard pair for me as I like both of these teams. So I want a really, really close side-by-side drag race, and whoever wins, wins. Michelle's in. Duda's in. They leave together. Michelle wheeling it, pulling it back to the middle, but it's Nick Duda through the lights for the win. Michelle Henry was right there with him. That thing sashayed over to the right side of the groove. She smoothly brought it back into the middle and gave Duda a run for the money. Congratulations to that Henry team. Henry family, you guys are awesome. Attention in the pits. KJ Glennon, our number 1 qualifier in Outlaw 8.5. Could you please come to the second floor of the tower? KJ Glennon, our Outlaw 8.5 number 1 qualifier, could you please come to the tower? Again, KJ Glennon, if you could please come to the second floor of the tower, we would appreciate it. And you can bring your team or your family or whatever. It's for your number 1 qualifier. So whoever you would like in a photo, bring them with you. All right, it's Rich Feaster over here in the right lane, behind the wheel of that 64 GTO. And Tim Brandt in the 70 Nova. The Nova looked like it left first. They're side by side. Who's it going to be? The win light goes to Tim Brand. That was a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. That was awesome. Attention in the pits. I'm so sorry, but your name just went out of my head. The guy with the orange little Z car, the 240Z that won our burnout contest. Come on up to the second floor of the tower to get your award, and bring anybody you'd want to get in a picture with you as well. I am so sorry right now, your name is escaping me. But come on up to the second floor of the tower. And again, KJ Glennon, if you guys can come up, you and your team, whoever it is you'd like to be in a photo, we have your number 1 qualifier awards to give you and photos to take here at the second floor of the tower. So come on up, KJ Glennon. All right, folks, we are into Pro 275. Wheel stand over there in the left lane for Brandon McBride in the Corvette, but gets the win over Anthony Katanik. All right, folks. Martin Conley got some fuel, thank God. There were several of you that were offering to help with Q16. We really do appreciate that. This is Krusty and Meg Ramsey's 78 Malibu that Martin Conley and an amazing group of people have helped out with to get this thing here and running, and it is so cool to see Martin Conley wheeling this car. It is bittersweet, but again, to the entire Conley Racing team, major kudos, dude. You guys are awesome. I know it means a ton to me, and it means a ton to a lot of other people, and I know you guys had a lot of help, and I don't want to rattle everybody off or I'll miss somebody and that'll do them a disservice, but what a great group of people. Thank you so much. All right, Roger Holder over there in that beautiful 69 Camaro in the right lane, and that is a beast of a machine. Roger goes A to B. Conley not able to keep up, but they got a good test lap for later. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Calvert Racing, no box. You should be in 7 and 8. Calvert Racing, no box. You should be in 7 and 8 as we are in LST. We're up here giving away our #1 qualifier awards and all kinds of stuff. So I need Lance Knigge and James Taggart. Please come on up with whoever you would like to have for photos with you. Come on up, Lance Knigge and James Taggart. Oh, hey, KJ Glennon, we got your money. KJ Glennon, come back up to the tower. Sorry, I know you just left, but come on up. All right. Calvert Racing, no box. I need you to 7 and 8, please. Calvert Racing, no box to 7 and 8. Oh, Calvert Racing, no box. You guys can now start going into lanes 5 and 6 as well. Calvert Racing, no box. You can start going into 5 and 6 as well. Fig Speed Open Comp and RacingJunk.com box. You guys are on standby. All right, so we're in limited small tire. I love this category. Jeff Godwin in the right lane. Todd Porter over there in that little S10 in the left. I think he lost last round in, through the lights. I think he just lost in Lil Gangsters, if I remember right, out of Rigby, Idaho in that little 89 S10. And he loses again right here to Jeff Godwin. Man, Porter, not your morning. But I dig your truck, dude. If you are missing your your AirPods case, a small Apple AirPods case, if you are missing it, I have it on the second floor of the tower. All right, Brian Van Tol left before the tree came down. And we are now going into I believe we're going into Calvert Racing no box now. All right, open comp. Open comp. I need you to the lanes, please. Open comp to the lanes.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Open comp to the tech lanes, please, for pairings. Open comp to the tech lanes for pairings, please. Open comp to the tech lanes for pairings, please, for elimination round number 3. Attention in the pits. Fig Speed Open Comp. You should be in the tech lines for pairing. Again, Fig Speed Open Comp to the tech lines for pairing. Fig Speed Open Comp to the tech lines for pairing. RacingJunk.com box. You're on standby. West Coast Bikes. You are also on standby. All right, Pro Street, I need you to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw immediately. Pro Street chip draw at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer immediately. Come on down. Also, folks, if you have not gotten photos of your ride here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21, make sure you head on over to Extreme Photos. They are behind the tower in their motorhome, ready to show you all your photos. You can buy them digitally or printed right there. Billy Rourke and Tiffany Goad out here in Calvert Racing No Box. We want to thank Calvert Racing for being a long-time supporter of Streetcar Super Nationals, located in Lancaster, California. They have been helping racers across the world tune their stock suspension vehicles since 1991. John's 1968 Cobra Jet Mustang, the It's Automatic car, very well known. He's arguably one of the leading folks who was responsible for the resurgence of stock eliminator, as the one and only Steve Valdez goes red by 24 and Jacob Evans goes 23 green. Steve's cousin Dan Amarias out of Tucson, and that 68 Nova, up against J.D. Ward. J.D. Ward in the Leaning Tower of Power. That's a slant 6, 69 Dart with a stock size wheel and tire on the back, which is literally like a 4.5 or 5-inch wheel. I mean, I bet that thing has a 205 tire on the back of it. Goes 26 red. Dan waiting, gets the green light. He was pretty late, but it doesn't matter because the red light start already gave him the win. What's it going to be? Nice job, 996.2, don't touch a thing. Learning from other drivers and sharing what he himself learned with other enthusiasts, John Calvert opened Calvert Racing Suspensions in 1991 out of his garage. They now have a plant located in Lancaster, California. They hold several patents, and they manufacture the Caltrax traction bars, 3-link kits, split mono-leaf springs. They have their own line of shocks, wheelie bars, and other suspension race parts designed specifically to help drag racers improve their short times. If you are looking for fine advice and great products for your ride, check out the official website at calvertracing.com or go to the vendor midway and talk to John Calvert yourself. So Dan Check getting the win on that pair. And here we go with DeAndre Fitzgerald, the Fro, in the left lane in the 2006 Hyundai Santa Fe. 1935 the dial. Evan Spone goes red by a mile. And DeAndre is going on to round number next in Calvert Racing No Box. Paul Kiesel and Chris Olson in that super cool 1978 Love Truck. There are a couple of great Love Trucks here this weekend. Paul Kiesel out of Manteca, California in that really cool machine. That 70 Nova, I love this thing. Great pair of cars about to go down the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need racingjunk.com box, round number 2 to lane 7 and 8, please. I need racingjunk.com box, round number 2 to lane 7 and 8, please. Fig speed open comp. If you are not in the tech lanes to do your pairings, you are late. Again, fixed speed open comp. Copy that, Ron. RacingJunk.com box. Come on down to 7 and 8, please. Attention in the pits. West Coast Bikes, this is your heads up. We will be calling you to the lanes before too long. You are on standby. Mickey Thompson Tires X275, you are also on standby. All right, Calvert Racing, no box. Still out here on the racetrack. John Carvalho and Jimmy Olsen. Olsen out of Washington, Utah. And Carvalho out of Modesto, California. And Carvalho broke out for the loss. Now we've got Ray Mohoff out of Kingman in the Camaro. And Craig Bellavender out of Phoenix in the Demon. The Camaro looks like he's out front. Who's it going to be? No, the win going to Bellavender as the Camaro breaks out. Ray Mohoff took almost 2/10 at the stripe to break out by 4/1000 of a second after being 63 better on the tree than Bellavender. That was unfortunate. Kenji Trammell having trouble out there. Goes red, and Dustin Edwards out of Bonnie Lake, Washington in the 70 Nova breaks out, but already had won it before that. Nicole Edwards out of Minco, Oklahoma. 1130 the dial. Will Good out of Surprise, Arizona in the 66 Chevelle over here in the right lane. They're both all the way in. The tree comes down. Nicole is not as good as Will, but not horrible. And the win light going to Will, who ran 41 on the tree, 47.5 on a 45 dial for the win. Sandy Pusateri. Pusateri out of North Bend, Washington. The 67 Camaro. 427 cubic inches of Chevrolet power under the hood. And Ross Thorpe in this really nice 69 Camaro out of Hesperia. 1080 the dial for Ross. 1031 for Sandy, but Sandy went red. Ross has got a test run for free. Goes 27 on the tree. 1101. Car either slowed down or you didn't realize that he had already gotten the win light. Seth Charles went red on the tree in the El Camino, and Rick Pusateri gets the free lap after a very slow reaction time. Goes 11:29.6 on the 11:41 dial. Ryan Edwards out of Meco, Oklahoma in the 70 Nova, and Joey Hatch out of Graham, Washington in the 62 Nova. Darren Taylor in in the 87 Camaro and Sam Montgomery in the 63 Nova. They're pretty close on the tree. Who's it gonna be? The win light in the right lane to Sam Montgomery. RacingJunk.com box. You should be in 7 and 8, please. RacingJunk.com box. Come on down to 7 and 8, please. West Coast Bikes, you are on standby. Jaden Hawker behind the wheel of that beautiful 71 Cuda. And Gary Onamura in the 65 Chevy 2. Whoa. Having trouble over there in the right lane. That thing is twitching all over the place. The win light to Jaden Hawker in the right lane, but that car was moving around. Gary Onamura not able to get off the racetrack. Something going wrong with that thing out there, and they're going to go get him. All right, Gary gets it refired. I think he's trying to drive it up the hill. If anybody has any LAT lightweight transmission fluid that you are willing to sell, Chris Lucarelli is in need. Again, if you have any LAT brand lightweight transmission fluid, Chris Lucarelli is in need. Please help out Chris. All right, West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6. And Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to the tech lanes. Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to the tech lanes for pairings. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you are on standby. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you're on standby. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are also on standby. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. if you guys can come to to tech, if you can come to the tech lanes. Again, Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to the tech lanes for pairings. RacingJunk.com box, you should be in 7 and 8. RacingJunk.com box, you should be in 7 and 8.
I mean, that was a little excessive than what we needed. I just needed a quick circle, double wide. We don't need all that. Just go right into open top. Yeah,
That's what it is.
it's all good. Take a breath.
Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. Mr. Lucarelli would like some LAT trans fluid, lightweight if you got it. If anybody has some LAT trans fluid in the lightweight, either take it over to Lucarelli's pits or come up here to the second floor of the tower and let me know and we'll get a hold of him. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, you're on standby. Mickey Thompson Tires, X275. Come down to the tech lanes for pairings. West Coast Bikes, you guys should be in 5 and 6. Hey, Lucarelli, we think we may have found your trans fluid. Lucarelli, we think we may have found your trans fluid. They are racing right now in no box. So as soon as they're done, they can meet you over in their pit. Look for a text message from Mel Roth. All right, I've got another racer in need. Somebody else needing fuel again. Katie Metza. Katie Metza needs some C12 fuel. Again, Katie Metza needs some C12. If you have some, go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer and they will put you in touch with Katie. All right. Man, trying to find parts for people. All right. Up next in open comp, Frank D'Souza out of Santa Clara in that 63 Nova, 421 cubic inch small block Chevrolet under the hood. D'Souza got the single and is dialed 1066. It's 51 on the tree, motoring on down the racetrack. Dennis Sato. Sato goes red. Joey Hatch, 26 green. He gets the win out of Graham, Washington in the 62 Nova. Attention in the pits. If you're in racingjunk.com box and you are not in the lanes, you are late. You guys should have been in 7 and 8 a while ago. West Coast Bikes, you can come down to 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you guys are on standby. And Mickey Thompson X275, you should be meeting up in the tech lanes for your pairings if you have not already done so. Attention in the pits. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. We need you to the tech lanes for pairings. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. We need you to the tech lanes for pairings. Again, Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. We need you to the tech lanes for pairings. As we get ready for RacingJunk.com box to go down the racetrack. Red light start for Joe Aller in the left lane. Joe went trip zip a little while ago. James Amarias goes 62 green, drives it all the way out the door to a 29.5 on a 30 dial. Don't touch a thing. Steve Valdez lost in no box a minute ago, but dialed 660 in the little wheel standing Vega. Going up against Mike Rock from Nampa. Big thanks to Mike Rock and the Rock family. Appreciate the messages this morning. Red light start for Steve Valdez. He goes 0-11 red. And Mike Rock goes 168 green and has problems and then just cruises down the racetrack. Wow. Kevin Hansen out of Portland, Oregon in the 64 Studebaker. 566 the dial against Kevin Crandall. Crandall from Phelan with that 468 cubic inch powered dragster over there in the left lane. Hansen got a half a bulb head start, but the win stays with him. His 004 green, the win in a double breakout. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Come on down to the tech line. Sorry, the tech lanes for your pairings. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel to the tech lanes for pairing. David Phillips dialed 679 in the 82 Camaro. Nice wheel stand. That's his worst light of the day. Tommy Drake is worse. Tommy gets the win in a double breakout. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Outlaw Small Tire and Pro Street, you guys are also on standby. Blake Crandall goes red in the junior comp car, and Bobby Gordon also goes red, but went red second. Whoa, that was a weird one. Troy Hawker, that thing got up and moved all over the place, and I turned and it was like on one wheel and was not good. John Dowd out of Beaver, Utah in the right lane in the 66 fair lane. 713 the dial for that 427 powered machine. And Sid Summers out of Rexburg, Idaho, driving that 533 cubic inch powered 77 Camaro that he's dialed 578. Red light start by 5 thou for Sid Summers. The win going to John Dowd. Alan McCam out of Everett, Washington in the 67 Nova. He's dialed 578 with that 565 cubic inch machine. KJ Disa out of North Las Vegas in the 08 TNT chassis machine has dialed a 492. Attention in the pits. Final call for Arizona Race Company Real Steel. You guys should be in the tech lanes. And first call for Precision Turbo Pro Mod, please. Pro Mod, come on down to the lane. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, come on down to lane number 7, please. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, come on down to lane 7.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
They buy new heads the other day? Did they just buy some? Well, there's yours or those ours? I'll probably end up swapping those Tuesday morning.
No fucking water, dude.
There's 2 more cases of the mini models underneath.
another fucking mess where you gotta run the fucking room. Right, the room is just gonna be the room and the drag. If the room don't get it, the drag will steer the room and come up the side.
Driver of car number 7002, please return to your car. The driver of car number 7002, please return to your car. And we have chip draws going on behind the Streetcar Supernational trailer. We need Small Tire, Lil Gangsters, and Lil Gangster's second chance to the Streetcar Supernationals trailer for your chip draws. Attention in the lanes. Car number 7002, I need you to the lanes, please. I need you to get in your car in the lanes. Car number 7002, will the driver please report to your car? You're holding us up there, Bubba. Kevin Wallauer over in the right lane in the 55 Chevy gets beat by Tyler Stamler. Tyler over there in the left lane out of Rockview, Alberta, goes 427 at 170. All right, Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo in the 63 Nova. That little white car moving around. Eric McCarthy in the left lane gets the win. Whitworth had the better reaction time with a 69 on the tree to McCarthy's 82, but McCarthy drives around him 433.5, beats a 435.5. Number 6 qualifier taking out number 5. Chris Gould out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, in the 2017 Camaro in the left lane, is supposed to be running against Trevor Mulder. But Trevor is not making the call. I was hoping Trevor would be up here so I could apologize for my rant last night that made it sound like I was bitching at him and his team, and I was not. And I wanted to apologize for making them feel like that, and for anybody else that thought they were the target. They absolutely were supposed to be going down the racetrack, and the fact that they oiled the racetrack down was no fault of their own. So again, Trevor Mulder, I don't know if you're still here to hear it, but I apologize to you and all of your crew and family at home listening. But Chris Gould getting the single, goes 206 on the tree, runs 427.9 at 171. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a Precision Turbo Pro Mod and you haven't made your way to lane 7, please do so now. Outlaw Small Tire, you guys can come on down to lane number 5. Outlaw Small Tire, round number 2, come on down to lane number 5. And Pro Street, round number 2, you guys can come on down to lane number 3, please. look at that. Jimmy Hovey over there in the 68 Nova looking good, but Sheldon Root in the 62 Canadian Acadian getting the win. All right, Mr. Miner over there in the right lane out of Winnipeg in that awesome 69 Nova that is for sale with the dog dish hubcaps. And this thing is quick. He told me what his personal best was in it, and you're going to want to buy it. Trust me. He goes right down Broadway. Meanwhile, Gavin Hosney over there out of Albuquerque in the left lane having issues. And we've got Joshua Lightfoot and Eric Outland. Outland over there in the left lane in the 2014 Camaro, and Josh Lightfoot in the 04 Cobra. Look at Lightfoot. That thing was dancing out there. The wind light going to Eric Outland. Josh Lightfoot lifted because that thing was starting to climb up at 330, and I think Outland just barely got around him. that was a little spicy out there for Styles Robertson. Had to lift for sure. All right, and now we're moving into Arizona Race Company Real Steel, like I said. Outlaw Small Tire. Outlaw Small Tire, come on down to lane number 5. Pro Street will take you to lane number 3, please. Outlaw Small Tire to lane number 5. Pro Street to number 3, please. Got Mike Silva out there in the 70 Novata Madera. And Shannon Taylor in the 95 Mustang out of Far West, Utah. Oh, the OBS spinning the tires and dancing around out there. But John Jacobs in the Mustang goes A to B.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Calvert Racing no box. If you have not gone to the tech lines in the staging lanes, you are late. Pro Street, you should be in 3. Outlaw Small Tire, 5. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are rolling around, and I love it. All right, I have some giveaways from the Bubba Speed Shop crew. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Kevin Guthrie, if you are still on the property, can you please text Mel Roth? Again, Kevin Guthrie, if you are still on property, please text Mel Roth. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your final call to the lanes for Calvert Racing no box. I need you to the tech lanes, in the staging lanes for your pairings. Calvert Racing no box. Three. James Harlan, the 63 Nova. Oh, the front end's dancing out there. He goes down on his single. And this machine right here, Ricky Daniels, 86, 4i Fox body, is stunning. I love this car. Out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Says it's got a 302 in it. It's either a Coyote or he's lying to me. And either way, I don't care because this car is awesome. Very beautiful machine. Supposed to be running up against Manny Medeiros out of Santa Rosa in the 67 Chevelle, but Manny had that very unfortunate incident where he was lined up with that red S10 that decided to go all over the racetrack and go turtle, and when it did, Manny did a great job of avoiding a catastrophic impact, but it got the front fender and a tire So Manny is done for the weekend, but Ricky Daniels getting the single. Front end in the air. What a nice run that is. Can the crew for Ricky Daniels, can you guys raise your hand? The crew for Ricky Daniels? No, raise your hand. We need you. Can you guys go over to the bike fence right here and wait? We have something special for you guys. So go over to the corral area where the security guys are to your right, and Mel Roth will meet you there. If you guys just wait there by the red line, we will have Mel Roth come down to you. You guys are going to like this. So is Ricky. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Pro Modified. Attention in the pits. I need Magna Fuel LDR to lane number 8, please. Magna Fuel Limited Drag Radial, come on down to lane number 8, please. So we are in Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Out of Pacifica, California, that's Andy Carinas over in the left lane, and that 68 Camaro. Qualified number 5 with a 379.7 at 200 mile an hour. And Doug Reister, your number 2 qualifier out of Victoria, Texas, in his 68 Camaro, that 998 cubic inch nitrous huffing machine. Rare Morrison power in that bad boy. Qualified number 2 behind Brylan Holder with a 3.708. They're both pre-staged. Reister is in. Reister goes 006 red. Wow. Andy goes 380 at 200 miles an hour, was 58 on the tree and 961 to 60 foot. Doug Reister, red lit, 006 red. He was amped up, ran 371 to 199 miles an hour. Man, the Reister team, you guys are awesome. What a great job. I know you had some diversity happen this weekend with the nitrous backfire. What a great job you guys did. What a pair. All right, our next pair, Ryan Griffin. Griffin in the right lane in the 67 Mustang out of Olympia, Washington. And Mike Labatt in the 68 Firebird over here in the left lane out of Alberta, Manitoba. Labatt qualified number 3 with a 374, and Griffin qualified number 4 with a 377. Attention in the pits. Magna Fuel Limited Drag Radial, I need you to lane number 8. Magna Fuel LDR, I need you to lane number 8, please. Ryan and Mike. It's all up to them now. Ryan lights the top bulb. So does Mike. Oh, we're Ryan. They're both in. Nearly identical on the tree. Who's it going to be through the finish line? 372.9 at 209.75 mile an hour. The win goes to Mike Labatt. Ryan Griffin was 86 on the tree to Mike's 80. Goes 374.2 at 210. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your attention to the return road in front of the grandstands, as we are going to do a presentation here in just a moment for our Best Appearing Car Award. We're going to watch this pair go down, and then I'll tell you about Ricky Daniels' machine. Rylan Holder out of Bakersfield in the Camaro in the right lane, qualified number 1 with a 365. John Durden out of San Juan Bautista, California in the 56 Corvette, qualified number 6. Durden is no stranger to the winner's circle. Last time down the racetrack, Brylan was all over the place as that thing was aimed at the 330 cone, muscled it back in and motored on down, I believe, for a 367. On paper, they could be considered a long way away. But in reality, Durden is an absolute killer when he needs to be. That kid in the right lane, and kid is right, is no slouch. Let's see, who's it gonna be? Oh, John Durden gets out there and it shakes the tires and moves around. Brylan having issues as well, but drives it on down there further and gets the win to move on to the next round. And again, big congratulations to Ricky Daniel from Albuquerque, New Mexico, for winning the Best Appearing Car Award. Again, congratulations to Ricky Daniel. That beautiful gray 4i Fox body Mustang, very well deserved. All right. So our friends at Bubba's Speed Shop, have brought up a couple of things for us to give away. So I am going to tell you what you've got to do to win. If you are, and can prove that you are, an NHRA licensed female driver, my first two to come to the tower will get a Bubba's Speed Shop hat. Clint Stoneham looking good out there against Todd Cahill, gets the win. So again, my first two NHRA licensed female drivers to come on up here will get a Bubba's Speed Shop hat. And my first two kids that come up and have a die-cast car of some kind with them, a Hot Wheels or whatever, will also get a free hat from Bubba's Speed Shop. So my first two NHRA licensed female drivers and my first two kids with die casts. I love Luke Kessel's 72 Holden Tirana. Right-hand drive, and this thing is a beast. Out there getting the win in the left lane against Gary Beardall in the 87 Mustang. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Darren Taylor and Jason Biscay. If you could come to the second floor of the tower, you guys are winning #1 qualifier awards. So bring whoever you'd like to have in a picture with you. Again, Darren Taylor in Super Index and Jason Biscay in Triple Index. Bring your crew and yourself to the second floor of the tower for your #1 qualifier awards. Again, Darren Taylor and Jason Biscay, come on down. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8.5 to the tech lanes for pairings. Again, SMC Race Cars Outlaw 10.5 to the tech lanes for pairings, please. All right, so since there's no 10.5 here, it's Outlaw 8.5. Outlaw 8.5. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Again, SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Fig Speed Open Comp. Come to lane number 7 for round number 4. Again, Fig Speed Open Comp. Round number 4. Come on down to lane number 7 for your pairings. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the 06 Santa Fe over there in the left lane out of Sacramento, getting the win. Fig Speed Open Comp to lane number 7. Fig Speed Open Comp to lane number 7. So we are back with with Calvert Racing no box. RacingJunk.com box. You guys are on standby. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you're on standby. And then we're going to get to you guys, Lil Gangsters. So we're getting there. James Trammell. Trammell over there in the right lane goes way red, but Candy Larson. 009 green in the left lane and runs 11.028 on a 1098 dial. Sam Montgomery out of Atascadero in the 63 Chevy 2 over there in the right lane. 605 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood. Keith Winters, the 96 Beretta, big block powered over there, goes red. They both go red, but Keith Guts there first. Sam Montgomery getting the win. Anthony Blanco getting the single in that 72 Vega. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Real Steel, your chip draw is happening at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. Please, all Real Steel competitors that are still in, please go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw. As we are getting ready to go into our Magna Fuel Limited Drag Radial, $3,500 to win this category. Want to thank Magna Fuel for being a longtime sponsor out here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21, presented by Fuel Tech. Fuel Tech specializes in developing and manufacturing state-of-the-art performance engine management systems. The company's elite staff, always keeping a grip on the forefront of technology available, guarantees top-notch quality and constant innovation. The product line's greatest advantage is its overall simplicity, from its painless installation to real-time tuning in just hours, depending on the application. Their FT Series ECU's built-in interface is a complete set that allows the user to have full control of the engine without the need of a PC, emphasizing the on-the-spot, do-it-yourself concept. Their craftsmanship and technology is built on extreme performance, and the proof comes from where it matters, right here on the racetrack. For more information about Fuel Tech, check them out on the web at fueltech.net. Coming up here in LDR, none other than Chris Alston Jr. Chris qualified number 18 with a 481 at only 127 miles an hour. And Mike Orban out of Grass Valley in his 68 Camaro qualified 25th with a 788.0 at only 38 miles an hour. Neither one of these guys felt good about those numbers. Chris struggled to get this thing to go down until the last 2 laps, at which point this thing has been angry and hauling the mail. Orban has also had a few good licks, as he is double or triple entered at this point. Orban out in front, but the win light goes to Chris Alston. Alston was 217 to Mike's 119 on the tree. But before the 330, Orban had to pedal it, and Alston Jr. did not. He rolled right through 424.9 at 175 miles an hour. Jeff Whitworth and Cody Fleming. All right, Whitworth out of Nanaimo, British Columbia, Canada. That 63 Nova that is small block Ford powered is all in. Trying to beat up on Cody Fleming's Corvette. Who's it going to be? Cody Fleming, 088 on the tree to the 079 of Whitworth. Goes 425.1 at 175 mile an hour. All right, racingjunk.com box. Come on down to the staging lanes. That's Jeff Young over there. Young goes 402 at 192 on that single. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racingjunk.com box. I need you to the tech lanes, please, for pairing. Racingjunk.com box. I need you to the lanes, please, for pairing. Oh, Joey Hovey lights him up, but Tyler Standler goes out there 064 on the tree, runs 424 at 169 for the win in the right lane. RacingJunk.com box. Come on down to the tech lanes for your pairing. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, you guys are on standby. All right, Nick Kincaid out of Surprise, Arizona in the 89 Mustang in the left lane, and Jose Moore. Jose out of Albuquerque in the 2013 Mustang over there in the right lane. They're in. They left nearly identical. Who's going to get there for the win? Jose Moore, 430 and 170 miles an hour. They left almost identical reaction times and were together until the 3:30, and that's where the separating started. And now it is the one and only Kenny Hubbard. Kenny Hubbard out of Montgomery, Texas in that 74 Nova. .496 cubic inches. Supposed to be going up against Rodney Bohannon, but I guess Bohannon had issues and was not able to make the call. Bohannon out in Anaheim, California in the 93 Mustang, Ford powered, qualified number 17, but again, unable to make the call today. Kenny Hubbard, look at that thing going A to B. Wow. 4:006, 179 mile an hour for Kenny Hubbard. Goes 90 on the tree, 104.1 to 60 foot. Kenny Hubbard out of Montgomery, Texas, looking like a champ. And up next, Ricky Daniels, the winner of the Streetcar Super Nationals 21 Best Appearing Car Award. Congratulations to Ricky Daniels and that team. That is a beautiful 4i Fox body there in the left lane. Sheldon Root in the Canadian Acadian over there in the right lane, qualified number 6 with a 425 to Daniels 437. I know Ricky's excited about that Best Appearing Car Award. But I guarantee you he'd like to put a cherry on top of that bad boy with a win here in LDR. Ricky with a very slight hole shot advantage drives all the way down there, 430 at 170 mile an hour by 0.02 of a second. He left before Sheldon Root. Sheldon just not able to keep up as Ricky was starting to separate the two of them as quickly as 60 foot. Coming up next, KJ Glennon. Glennon, your number one qualifier with a 451.5 at 162 miles an hour. Is getting the bye run here in SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8.5. SMC Race Cars is a full-service race shop located in Spokane, Washington. They do chassis fab, turbo kits, pro wiring, suspension setups, and tune Holley and Fuel Tech EFI. You can check out many of their customers here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21 who are proudly displaying their decal. If you'd like more information on SMC Race Cars, check them out on Instagram at SMC_racecars. Oh no, KJ, if you're going to have that happen, now's the time. Wow. KJ goes 43 on the tree, but the thing just didn't go. And Chris Lucarelli in the Guido, that 02 Mustang, black on gold sexiness. 302 Coyote under the hood. And Jason McLean out of Greeley in the 68 Camaro. Big block Chevrolet for power. Your number 15 qualifier with a 486. Lucarelli was number 3 with a 454. The two of them taking their time. But McLean, McLean getting backed up. And they're telling him to shut it off. That is unfortunate for Jason McLean. But it is way better than going out there and making a mess or wadding up that beautiful car. So Chris Lucarelli getting a single, spins the tires at the hit, which is not what McLean wanted to see. These teams out here, the best of the best, are the ones that can come out here and read the current conditions and put a tune-up in it to go down. But you also can't be too soft on it. So you gotta be willing to take the risk. Chris Lucarelli did all right that time because he did not have to worry about Jason McLean over there in the right lane. Dan Herman. Herman out of Bonnie Lake, Washington, is going up against Shiloh Davies. Davies out of Norwalk, California. Davies, the complete underdog of the group.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, come on down to the tech lanes for your pairings. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, come on down to the tech lanes for your pairings. Oh, Brad just came in here and said how nice it is outside. We don't have a long enough range wireless mic for me to be out there on the starting line and play with my friends, so here I am in the booth, but that's okay. So we are going to have a Mopar shootout going on right now with Dan Herman and Shiloh Davies. Want to take this opportunity as we get close to rolling the tractors off the racetrack. Once again, to thank all of you guys for coming out here this weekend. We know it's been a challenging one with the weather and everything else that we have had to deal with, and you guys have done a great job today, and we really do appreciate it. Appreciate everybody that's come up when we did our giveaways as well, and all the kids that came up and say hi. We do need our number one qualifiers. I've called several of you up here and have not seen you. Darren Taylor and Jason Biscay. We need you guys up to the second floor of the tower. Darren Taylor and Jason Biscay. Jose Morales, if you want to get your number one qualifier award, bring whoever on your team you'd like to have with you for a photo and bring them to the second floor of the tower, please. Oh, big wheel stand in the left lane for Herman. But the win light to Shiloh Davies in the naturally aspirated car. This is not how this is supposed to work, folks. Stephen Barnett, number one qualifier in X275. Come on up to get your number one qualifier award. Attention in the pits. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you should be at the tech lanes for pairings. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you should be at the tech lanes for pairings. Lil Gangsters and Lil Gangsters Second Chance, you're on standby. George Ragosa out of Orland and Katie Shirk. Cade Shirk out of Langley in the 04 Mustang, qualified number 4 with a 457 to Ragosa's 481. Ragosa right down Broadway gets the win. Mark Smith out of Long Beach in the right lane, and Nick Zink out of Stanton in the left lane. 80 Malibu versus the 66 Nova. Smith goes 279 on the tree to Zink's 072. And that was the difference. Zink only ran a 5007 but gets the win over Smith's 484 because of the reaction time difference. Mike Aldridge out of Littleton, Colorado in the 89 Mustang. And Derek Losey out of Tacoma, Washington in the 87 Mustang. Aldrich is all the way in, so is Losey. They leave really close together. Through the finish line, the win light going to Derek Losey, who is 72 on the tree and runs 457. Martin Conley out of Slayersville, Kentucky in the Krusty and Meg Ramsey 78 Malibu. If you have not followed the adventures of these guys to bring this car back to life and get it out here, you should, because they've done a great job. Go look up Conley Racing on Facebook to get all of their updates, because they've done something really special with this car. Qualified number 5 with a 457.9 at 158 mile an hour. And Brad Thomas out of Squamish, British Columbia in the 91 Mustang on the right side. Coyote powered, qualified number 10 with a 4.807. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. I need you in tech. If you have not gotten there for your pairings, you're late. They're both in. The lead for Martin Conley and the win for Martin Conley goes 65 on the tree to a 107. For Brad Thomas is 118 to 60, 307 to the 330, and goes 459.8 at 160 mile an hour. Come on, folks. We got cars coming. Thank you. Remember that Extreme Photos is right behind the tower, and they have got all the cool photos of your cars. So go visit Extreme Photos. You can buy digital copies or prints, either way. So we are in open comp. Greg Dreher and Chris Young. Dreher 12 on the tree, Young 25 the win to Young, 941 on a 915. As neither one of them wanted to take the stripe down there. Paige Castagno out of Puyallup, Washington in that 72 Chevelle. And Luigi Panunzio out of Plain City, Utah in the cool 85 S10 over there in the left lane. Again, this is Fig Speed Open Comp. Attention in the pits. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports. I need you to the lanes, please. Come on down to 5 and 6. Again, Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangsters, second chance race. You guys are on standby. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you are also on standby. Darren Taylor, I need you to the second floor of the tower with your fan club for your number 1 qualifier award. Lance Carnegie in Mustang Madness, come on down for your number 1 qualifier hat as well. All right, Hughes Performance Big Tire. You guys need to go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw. And also, you guys need to calm down. I'm giving you a warning that you guys are up and coming so that we're not catching you unaware. Yesterday, many of you said that you wanted to know further ahead that we were going to be calling you. So now that I'm doing that, don't freak out. We're not rushing you. We're not doing anything out of order. You guys are all good. So Hughes Performance Big Tire. Go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw. We still have box, real steel, and 2 classes of Lil Gangsters before we get to you. You 4 guys are good to go. All right, Alan Matcham went down, went Joe Sakura, or sorry, Sakar. In the Tesla Plaid, dialed 591, goes 595.5, was 261 on the tree, and Kyoki Disa was 10 on the tree and went 467.2 on a 455 dial for the win. Mike Rock out of Nampa, Idaho in the 2012 Worthy Chassis Dragster. 490 his dial. Jacob Trammell here in box. 680 the dial, and Trammell goes red. The win to Mike Rock. 27 on the tree. 490 with a 7 on a 90 dial. Bobby Gordon out of Anchorage, Alaska, in the 2000 Dragster, dialed 505, went 502, was 13 on the tree, while Darren Taylor dialed 550, went 548.5, was 17 on the tree. But by breaking out less, Darren Taylor getting the win in the right lane. James Amarias out of Vail, Arizona, in the 68 Nova, 406 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet under the hood. And Lincoln Shirk, part of the Shirk and Sons Racing Team, one of our live broadcast sponsors on the bangshift.com live stream. Shirk in the 06 undercover chassis, 507 the dial. Amarias, 630 the dial. $17 on the tree for James. Can he hold him off? He does not, as he breaks out by more than Lincoln. Tough one, as Shirk pushes him out the back. Want to take this opportunity to thank S&T Truck Repair, Artex Racing, Redline Oil, Molly Motorsport, Holly, Shirk and Sons Racing Team, Raz Construction, Texas Precision Performance, and all of you for the great support on the bangshift.com live stream, as the one and only Fro goes down there and gets the win in the left lane in the Santa Fe. Once again, I want to congratulate Stephen Barnett for being our #1 qualifier in X275 and coming up and getting his #1 qualifier hat and his short chutes, receiver hitch parachute. That is super fun. So again, congratulations to Stephen Barnett. Appreciate you coming to the event and being an awesome dude with #1 qualifier in X275. That is nothing to sneeze at.
It's only 3 o'clock. Biggest class at this point is 17 cars.
Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports. You guys should be in 5 and 6 for pairings. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangster's second chance race. Round number 2. You guys should be in 1 and 2, please. Come on down to 1 and 2. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangster's second chance race. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Just a reminder, Big Tire, you guys are on standby. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index and NorCal Trailers Super Index, you guys are also on standby. Also, as a reminder, if you are a semifinalist today, and obviously if you move up to being a finalist, we are going to need you to come to the tower to fill out a W-9 so you can get your check. All right. Lucas Milnar out of Winnipeg in that 69 Nova, trying to get the win over Eric Outland, and Outland getting there first. Lucas had to keep the nose of that beautiful 69 Nova on the ground. He has been struggling with that for the last couple of days, and unfortunately, that one got him. As we are in Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports. You guys should be in lanes 5 and 6 for pairing. NorCal Trucks, Lil Gangsters, second chance race. You guys need to come down to 1 and 2 for your pairings. Jason Jones out of Lakewood, Colorado in the 66 Mustang in the left lane. John Jacobs out of Meade, Colorado, the 2013 Mustang. As they pedal fest it, trying to get down there. The win light to John Jacobs. Brylan Holder, if you come to the second floor of the tower, we'll give you your #1 qualifier awards. David Chun, Sr., if you come up to the second floor of the tower, we'll give you your #1 qualifier award. Jose Morales, if you come up to the second floor of the tower, we're going to give you your #1 qualifier award for LDR. All right. James Harlan and Jose Murda. Jose out of Albuquerque over in the left lane. James Harlan out of Phoenix in that 63 Nova in the right lane. Not sure what's taking them so long. Jose already up at the starting line. I don't know if he rushed or they were slow or combo of the two. They're both in. Jose with the leave, and that thing just motoring on down. Jose Murda getting the win in the 2012 Mustang. Uh-oh. Fleet is having trouble out there. I think it put the fire out. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hughes Performance, big tire to the lanes, please. Red Tide Canopies, triple index to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Outlaw Small Tire to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw. Again, Outlaw Small Tire to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw. Hughes Performance Big Tire, come on down to 3 and 4. And Red Tide Canopies triple index to lane number 7, please. Again, Hughes Performance, Hughes Performance Big Tire to 3 and 4. And Red Tide Canopies triple index to lane number 7, please. All right, Christian Pulaski's in the Vega getting the win. Here in Lil Gangsters. This is our Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports. We've also got our NorCal Truck Lil Gangster second chance race coming up. Anthony Jordan and Todd Cahill, and Cahill gets the win in the 55 Chevy. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. NorCal Trailer Super Index to lane number 5. And Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to lane number 1, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you guys need to come down to 3 and 4. Red Tide Canopies, triple index, come on down to lane number 7. NorCal Trailer Super Index to lane number 5. And Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, round number 4, to lane number 1, please. Attention in the pits. I need West Coast Bikes to lane 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes, please come on down to 5 and 6. West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6, please. Attention in the pits. NorCal Trailers Super Index. We're changing your lane from 5 to 7. NorCal Trailers Super Index. You're going to come to lane number 7 behind Triple Index. So again, NorCal Trailers Super Index. You guys are going to come into lane 7 behind Triple. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to lane number 1. And West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6, please. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to lane number 1. I believe I'm missing 1 or 2 of you. NorCal Trailers Super Index, I need you to 7. Triple, I need you to 7. Hughes Performance Big Tire is out on the starting line now. Art Raz over there in the 69 Camaro out of Ridgefield, Washington. Raz Construction, one of our sponsors on the live stream. Nick Duda out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, in that awesome 63 Corvette. 393 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet over there. This thing is running in multiple categories this weekend, so we're in no time right now, so I can't say what it runs, but you all know what it runs, and it's stupid fast. When you consider it's small block powered, it's even stupider fast, and I love it. Art Raz over there in the 69 Camaro. The reason he can run the Pro Mod here in big tires because he's doing it on a 10.5 tire. That's the caveat for doing that here. And nobody else is doing it this weekend that I know of except Art Raz, and I love him for it. Raz is in. Duda is in. Tree comes down. They're side by side. I think Raz is out on him. And there you go. Wow. I thought Art Raz was ahead at the 330, but the win light to Nick Duda in that little 63 Corvette. Good job for that team. Great race, you guys. What an awesome run for both of you teams. That was a great drag race. Thank you so much. Mike Keenan in that 2019 Z06 over in the left lane. And Tim Brand in the 70 Nova out of Cottonwood, California, right lane. That's a cool looking car. Tim Brand over in that beautiful 70 Nova. Like I said, 521 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood. Keenan in the Z06. I think that thing is on a 10.5 or a big giant radial. I can't tell. All right. Tim gets out there and has trouble, but nothing wrong with Mike Keenan. He goes A to B. Congratulations to that team for moving on to the final round. Joe Vlacity, our first runner in Triple Index.
drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a standby call. Guys can get ready. We're not calling you yet, but for 3 classes, holders, AC Small Tire, Precision Turbo Pro Mod, Outlaw Small Tire. Once again, holders, AC Small Tire, Precision Turbo Pro Mod, Outlaw Small Tire. Stand by. Your call is coming shortly.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need holders AC Small Tire to the tech lane for pairings. Holders AC Small Tire to the tech lane for your pairings. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Come on down to lane 7 and 8. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Come on down to lane 7 and 8. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you should be in lane 1. Holders AC Small Tire, come on down to tech lanes for pairings. And Precision Turbo Pro Mod, come on down to 7 and 8, please. Greg Dreher in triple, and Tony D'Azevedo. Azevedo 004 on the tree, but the 18 beats it as neither one of them wanted to take the stripe. But Greg Dreher gets it with the win, 1082 on a 1060 dial. And we are rolling into Super Index. Devin Jansen and James Knight. Devin, 860, his index. James Knight, 960 in the Camaro. Little Nova on Camaro crime going on right here. The Nova, 565 cubic inches. Same in the Camaro. Ooh, James Knight. Can he hold him off? On their way out, the win to James Knight goes 47 on the tree, 964.9 for the win. Tracy Hawker out of Boise in that 69 Camaro, 598 cubic inches of Kid Performance and Dyno horsepower under the hood, which powers it to 860s. Chris Montoya in the 92 Mustang in the left lane, also 860 the index. Holders AC Small Tire, come on down to the tech lanes for pairings. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, come on down to 7 and 8, please. Tracy Hawker and Chris Montoya. Neither one of them great on the tree, but one definitely better, and that's Tracy Hawker. 148 on the tree beats 534, and she drives right out the door with the win. Doug Carter, 960 the index. Jacqueline Jones, 860. Jacqueline out of Las Vegas in that 23 Roadster, 468 cubic inch big block for power. Doug Carter out of Thornton, Colorado in the 94 Camaro. He's got 434 cubic inches of dart power under the hood. They're both in. Tree comes down. Red light start for Jacqueline. 003 red, giving the win to Doug Carter. And here we go into West Coast bikes. We have Dylan Rogers out of Agua Dulce, California in the 05 Hayabusa. Mikey Magalanes out of Corona in the 03 Hayabusa in the right lane. They're both in. Tree comes down side by side. Oh, little trouble over there in the left lane. Mikey aims it at the mid and makes the win happen over there in the right lane out of Corona. Our next pair, Jeremy Wanders out of Nampa, Idaho in the 2021 Hayabusa. Brian Sabina out of Huntington Beach in the 07 Hayabusa. Oh, they leave together, but it looks like Brian's out front. Oh, Brian getting real close to the center line down there, gets the win. Our next pair, Hot Rod Griffin out of Pomona in the 08 Hayabusa in the left lane, and Gary Moore out of Oceanside in the 09 Hayabusa. Hot Rod Griffin out front. Gary Moore having issues cruising down the racetrack. Not sure what happened there, but definitely not happy with that run. Hot Rod Griffin getting the win. And our final West Coast bike, Wilton Kimbrough. Kimbrough out of Corona on yet another Hayabusa. Wilton is in. Whoa, that thing's standing up. Getting out of the throttle. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw Small Tire to 5 and 6, please. Outlaw Small Tire to 5 and 6. All right, Jeremy Aston and Johnny Mendoza in Mustang Madness. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. We have 4 cars left. We are here in the semifinal. Is Jeremy Aston or Johnny Mendoza gonna go to the final? Again, 880 and 852 the dial. Oh, big starting line advantage in the right lane for Johnny Mendoza. Johnny Mendoza, 15 on the tree, drives it out the door, goes 852.3 on an 852 dial. Took the stripe by a full second. That was a little too close to for comfort. Calvert Racing, no box. Calvert Racing, no box. We need you guys to the tech lanes for pairing, please. Calvert Racing, no box. Come on down to the tech lanes for pairing, please. All right, so Justin Kernley Darris and Melanie Cox. Melanie behind the wheel of that Calvert Racing 2014 Cobra Jet. 884 the dial. Justin, 1088 the dial. Ooh, you better watch out, Justin, because here comes Melanie Cox. Melanie goes through the lights, 897.8. Gets there first by a lot, thanks to the 55 light versus Justin's 331. Melanie Cox going to the final in Mustang Madness. Here we are in Holders AC Small Tire. Oh, nice looking pass for both of them. The win light going to Derek Cooper out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the 94 Cobra. Oh, left front in the wheel. Wow. That was Ed Else. That thing was wiggling around. The front end was in the air for a long time, and he got the win. Sheldon Root coming up next. Root on a single. The Canadian Acadian out there. 540 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood. Alessandro Maloney over there in the left lane out of Wyoming, but not gonna do it. Wow. James Zaks out of Porter in that little evil convertible, getting it on. Mike Orban and Outland, who's going to do it? Orban to the win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Fig Speed, open comp to lane number 7, please. Calvert Racing, no box. You should be in the tech lanes for pairings. Calvert Racing, no box. You should be in the tech lanes for pairing. Fig Speed, open comp. Come on down to lane number 7, please.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racing Junk box. I need you to the tech lanes for pairing. Again, racingjunk.com box. I need you to the tech lanes for pairings, please. Fig Speed open comp. You guys should be in lane 7. Attention in the pits. Pro 275 and LST. Pro 275 and LST. Please go to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer immediately for your chip draws. Pro 275 and LST to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draws immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a racer in need. More specifically, a Nacho in need. Nacho needs an M14 by 125 spark plug insert. So the repair insert to fix the spark plug hole they blowed out in an LS. So if you have that and can help them in a hurry, come see me on the second floor of the tower. But now it is time for Pro Modified. Mike Labatt and Brylan Holder. Labatt qualified number 3 at 374 at 207. Holder, your number 1 qualifier, with a 365.0 at 205. Labatt lights the top bulb. Brylan Holder is pre-staged as well. Brylan all the way in, build and boost. Here they go, hard on the throttle, right down Broadway. Who's it gonna be? Brylan Holder with a 365.8 at 205 miles an hour. They were nearly identical at the tree, 30 to a 31. 964 to 60 foot for Mike Labatt, and Brylan Holder goes 921 to 60 foot. What a drag race. 368 to 365. Look at that big speed for Labatt. What a great drag race, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to both of those teams for putting on a hell of a show. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need limited drag radial to lane number 5. Limited drag radial, I need you to lane number 5, please. Fig Speed Open Comp, you should be in lane number 7. RacingJunk.com box, you should be in the tech lane for pairing. And MagnaFuel LDR to lane number 5. Again, MagnaFuel LDR to lane number 5, please. Andy down there not able to back it up. Andy Carini out of Pacifica in that 68 Camaro. Fig Speed Open Comp, I need you to lane 7. Whoever's got the buy run, you aren't there. Fig Speed Open Comp to lane 7, please. Andy getting the buy run, but goes down there and cannot back it up. It is legal to push the car back, but it does need to stage under its own power usually. It is not running. It does not need to run in reverse. All right, they're going to get the power hooked up to it and fire it back up. Not sure if they broke the reverser in that thing or what's going on. But as long as he can take the tree under power, does not need to make a lick, just needs to stage the car. The tree will come down, and that is a round win. On the clock, I really want them to pull this off. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Encourage them. Hey, just reminding the team, if that thing will move forward under the power of the starter, that is under its own power. Set the battery on the roof, sit on the fender, crank it. I once staged a Buick Grand National on 2 cylinders with only 1 cylinder head on it. Talking to our officials on the starting line, giving them every reasonable opportunity here. All right, they're pushing it up close. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it must not be good. Just a reminder to the team, the tree does not need to come down, it just needs to be staged. There we go. Yes. Yes. Andy K. and you guys, major kudos to the team for not losing your cool. A lot of people wouldn't have been that good. You guys are awesome. That makes me happy. Everybody give them a big round of applause. They're going to take that thing back to the pit, figure out what went wrong. Andy had to be sitting in there just begging the gods that his boys would make it happen, and they clearly did. Kudos to you guys. Get it back to the pit and work on it and see what's wrong and keep us posted so we can put you in the rotation for your final round a little bit later. Okay. All right, it's time for Outlaw Small Tire. Luke Kessel out of Anderson, California, and that awesome 72 Holden Tirana. And Scott Bishke out of Parowan, Utah, in the 84 Mustang. Bishke lights the pre-stage. Kessel getting there as well in that right-hand drive. They're both in. The tree comes down. Bishke gets the lead. The Tirana driving all over the place down there. Wow. Luke Kessel was all over the place. So was Scott Bishke. That thing left weird. But Bishke getting the win. And Stoneham, Clint Stoneham, winner of the Lil Gangsters burnout contest, taking the green and going on to the final in Outlaw Small Tire. Now we're going into Calvert Racing no box. DeAndre Fitzgerald getting the bye run in the right lane. DeAndre Fitzgerald getting the bye run. I'm going to say he's going to cut a 75 light. No, wow. Wow. DeAndre 17 on the tree. Wow, that was way better than his normal. 1950 the dial. Runs it out the back. 1944 with an 8. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Magna Fuel LDR to lane number 5. And SMC Race Cars, Outlaw 85 to lane number 1, please. SMC Race Cars, Outlaw 85 to lane number 1, please. Red light start for Paul Kiesel in the right lane. Jimmy Olsen goes 6:04 on the tree and breaks out for the win because Paul Kiesel red lit. Open comp. I am missing one of you that has a bye run into the next round. Seriously. I need you to the lanes. Open comp to lane 7, please. Jacob Evans and Sam Montgomery. Montgomery dialed a 904 in that little 63 Chevy 2 from Atascadero. Jacob Evans, a local right here from Las Vegas, in the Love Truck. Red light start for Evans. Sam Montgomery getting the win. Anthony Blanco, 10-0 the dial. In the 72 Vega against Dan Check in the 69 Chevelle. And the Vega goes red as he leaves before the tree is activated. Will Goody over there in the left lane out of Surprise, Arizona in the 66 Chevelle. And Frank D'Souza out of Santa Clara in the 63 Nova. They're both all the way in. Green light starts for both. They are really close to each other in reaction time. And the win goes to Frank D'Souza, 1063.4 on a 1061 dial. He got there first by 17 thou. Craig Bellavender out of Phoenix in the Demon. Jacob Trammell out of Casa Grande, Arizona in the 79 Malibu. 929 the dial in the left lane, 1081 in the right lane. Ooh. One of these reaction times is not like the other. That's the one. 1084 on a 1081 dial thanks to the 35 light. 161 for the Demon. Here comes Tana Taylor. Taylor going up against Brian King. King a 907 dial, Taylor 1037. Ooh, Tana is good. King isn't bad. She's gonna have to drive the stripe, but it's hers. Tana Taylor 1038.6 on a 37 dial with a 12 on the tree. SMC Race Cars, Outlaw 85. I need you guys to lane one, please. SMC Race Cars, Outlaw 85, come on down to lane number one, please. All right, it's Scott Taylor and Joey Hatch. Taylor in the 65 Chevelle, Hatch in the 62 Nova. Red light start for Joey Hatch, the win going to Scott Taylor. Oh, Keith Winters goes 002 red. Mike Rock getting the win over there out of Nampa, Idaho. This might be Mike Rock's weekend, I'm telling you. We're in RacingJunk.com box. Nick Presimoni, 577 the dial. Cash and Fry, 486. Cashing out of Seal Beach. Wow, 005 to a 007. Oh, and the breakout for Cash and Fry breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Takes 9. Ouch. Just a skosh too much. Joe Watts out of Patterson, Washington in the dragster in the left lane, and Darren Taylor in that cool 69 Firebird in the right lane. 547 the dial for Taylor, 598 cubic inches. Joe Watts dials 466 with 565 inches, and Darren Taylor, oh my God, goes 006. Red. Lincoln Shirk getting the win with a 055 on the tree because Kioki went red by 19. Remember, folks, if you want awesome photos of your cars, go see Extreme Photos. Robert is over there behind the tower in the motorhome, and he's got photos of everything. DeAndre Fitzgerald and Tommy Drake Jr. DeAndre dialed 1272 in the 8th mile. Tommy Drake 483. DeAndre will have nearly an 8-second head start. Not DeAndre's best light, but far from his worst. And it's better than Tommy Drake's. The win light going to DeAndre. Alan McCam. McCam out of Everett, Washington in the 67 Nova SS. Getting the single here in box. 002 on the tree for Allen. Goes 576.8 on a 577 dial. I'd say he's right where he wants to be. The win light to Michael Hadrith as Luigi Panunzio went 003 red. Ouch. Red light start for Frank D'Souza out of Santa Clara. Done as James Taggart, your number one qualifier, gets the win with his worst light of the day in that 64 Falcon. Goes 052, D'Souza 005 red. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro 275. I need you to lane 7 and 8, please. Limited small tire. I need you to 5 and 6. Pro 275. Come on down to 7 and 8. And limited small tire. Come on down to 5 and 6. All right, here we go in Magna Fuel Limited Drag Radio. Cody Fleming in the right lane out of Cotati, California. And Chris Alston out of Elk Grove in the 2015 Camaro over there in the left lane. That 76 Corvette is cool. I dig it. Oh, Chris Alston Jr. having issues. He was way ahead on the tree, and that thing went out there and just was not happy after 60 foot. Cody Fleming goes 4:12 with a 5 for the win. Kenny Hubbard is supposed to be taking on Ricky Daniels, who was the recipient of our Best Appearing Car Award. And I don't know what happened to Ricky. So Kenny Hubbard getting a bye run into the semifinals. Ooh, nice run for Kenny Hubbard. 4:019 at 180 miles an hour. Last run he went 4:00. So that thing is turned up and ready to rock and roll. And Jeff Young in the 05 Corvette. Jeff out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, in that 05 Corvette. Just another reminder, Extreme Photos has got all the photos. If you want photos of anything you saw out here this weekend, go visit them behind the tower. Pro 275 and limited small tire, please pull to the front of the lanes. Pro 275, pull to the front of 7 and 8. Limited small tire, pull to the front of 5 and 6, please. Ron will get you paired up at the front, no problem. Ooh, Young looking good out there, straight as a string. Goes 4:078 at 190 miles an hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from here on out, all remaining chip draws will be done in the staging lanes. Again, all remaining chip draws will be done in the staging lanes. All remaining chip draws will be done in the staging lanes. Jose Morales, your number one qualifier. Okay, Jose goes 064 on the tree. Goes out the back 408.6, 179. Lights, lights, lights. We need lights on every car now. Lights, please. KJ Glennon. Glennon in the 05 Mustang. And Shiloh Davies in the 68 Dart. The Dart is naturally aspirated. Nobody else in the class is naturally aspirated. He is the number 19 qualifier, and he has taken out several qualifiers above him. Red light start for Shiloh Davies. Shiloh knew he was going to have to cut the tree down, got a little tight, had no shot. That 510 wasn't going to stand up to the 457. All right, here is Chris Lucarelli in SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. Going up against Nick Zink. And the win to Lucarelli, 447 to 166 mile an hour after being 14 on the tree. George Ragosa, 47 on the tree. Ragosa with some smoke out there in the left lane. Ragosa getting the win, 449.8 at 157. Takes out Martin Conley and that awesome Krusty and Meg Ramsey machine. Sorry to see that crew out, but so thrilled to have seen them out here this weekend racing that car in the memory of our friend Krusty Ramsey. All of you guys deserve major kudos for keeping the memory alive. We appreciate you guys so much. Seriously, thank you. You know how much it means to so many people. So on behalf of them, thank you very much. Attention in the pits. Holders AC Small Tire. We need you to the tech lanes for chip draw and pairing. Holders AC Small Tire. Come on down to the lanes. We will do your chip draw and pairings in the tech lane. Holders AC Small Tire. Come on down to the tech lanes where we will do your chip draw and pairings. Brandon McBride and Sean Green pedaling it out there in the win goes to Brandon McBride. Here we are in Pro 275 no time. Where we have 6 cars. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. Uh-oh. Matt Marin and Roger Holder. Holder having trouble. Is the car fired up, revved up and quit? That beautiful 69 Camaro, that thing is absolutely amazing. Matt Marin out of Orland in the 64 Falcon over here in the water box. Shut it off. Now his guy's coming over to spray it to try and restart that bad boy. I'm not sure what's going on with Holder's car. Yep, they're giving the broke sign. That is so unfortunate. That is such a cool car. I was really looking forward to seeing that thing going down some more tonight. Matt Marin getting the freebie. Wow. Goes out there and has to pedal it. What a way to rub it in. Harry and Ian and Cade Shirk. Shirk out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, and Harry out of Chatsworth in the 67 Camaro going up against that 04 Mustang. Cade is in. Harry is in. They leave together. Who's it going to be? The win light going to Harry and Ian over there in the left lane. And the tractors are going out. Holder's AC Small Tire. You guys should be in the tech lanes have drawn your chips. Attention in the pits. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters. I need you guys to the tech lanes for your chip draw and pairings. Come on down to the lanes. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, bring your cars to the tech lane for chip draw and pairings. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangster's second chance. You guys are on standby. All right, I just want to give a shout out. We've gotten some messages that say that Sheldon Root is celebrating a birthday today. So happy birthday to Sheldon Root. Happy birthday to you. I'm not singing. I mean, I could be convinced to probably, but nobody wants to hear that. So Sheldon Root, happy birthday. All righty then. Katie Metza out of Phoenix in the 86 Mustang, getting the single over there. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. NorCal truck. Lil Gangster second chance. Come on down to the tech lanes for your chip draw and pairing. Again, NorCal truck, Lil Gangster second chance. Come on down to the tech lanes for your chip draw and pairing, please. I need X275 to lane number 7, please. X275. I need you to lane 7, please. X275. Come on down to lane number 7, please. Sheldon Root, happy birthday to the Canadian Acadian out there. Sheldon going up against James Sachs. Sheldon with the big leave. And the win light to Sheldon Root with the upset over James Zaks out of Porter, Texas in the Mustang in the right lane. Derek Cooper getting the win down there. And now it's Ed Else. Else in the 89 Mustang. Getting the solo shot in Holder's AC Small Tire. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangster, second chance. You should be in the tech line for your chip draw and pairings. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. I need you to lane number 7, please. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, you're on standby. Fig Speed Open Comp. We'll let you know. Whoa. Let's not do that again. Ed, scared me. Calvert Racing, no box. You guys are on standby. Calvert Racing, no box. You're on standby. All right. Attention in the pits. I need Arizona Race Company Real Steel. I need you guys to the tech lane for your chip draws and pairings. I need Calvert Racing No Box to lane number 5, nose to tail, please. We will pair you there. Again, Calvert Racing No Box. I need you to lane number 5, single file, for your pairings as well. Dylan Christensen and Michael Bullock. The win light going to the right lane. Michael Bullock out of Calgary, Alberta in that 85 Daytona Turbo Z. Here in Lil Gangsters, we are running here to get to our 3 semifinalists. Justin Robbins out of Glendale, Arizona, and Fernando Loya out of Richmond, Utah. 81 Mercury Capri versus 91 Mustang. Fernando Loya getting the win over Justin Robbins down there. And Tim Van Tol getting the bye run into the semifinal. Looks like he's just going to take the green. Calvert Racing, no box. I need you guys to lane number 5 for pairing. Calvert Racing, no box. If you're not there, you should be. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. If you have not been to Tech to draw chips and get your pairings, then you are late. Attention in the pits. I need racingjunk.com box to lane number 4. Single file in lane 4. Box to lane number 4, please. Single file to lane 4. All right. Christian Pulaski's and Don Anderson in our Little Gangster second chance category. The Vega versus the Mustang. They're side by side. Who's going to do it? It's the Vega. Pulaski's moving on to the semis. Real Steel, this is your final call. Real Steel, this is your final call to the tech lanes for chip draw and pairings. Real Steel, this is your final call. Xavier Mendoza and Tyler Twerden. Tyler Twerden in that awesome Volvo, trying to give him a run for his money, and he gets it. Calgary, Alberta, giving it to Riverside, California in that Volvo, moving on to the semis. Getting the bye run into the semis is Todd Cahill. Cahill out of Buckeye, Arizona, with the big wheel stand and the pedal job, going to the semifinals. All right, folks. We have reached that part of the program where we're going to have downtime as we're waiting for cars to come back. But we got our prep done and we are about ready to do a little drag. And then we will get rolling with X275. All right. So Chris Gould was our number 2 qualifier in X275 with a 424.5 at 171. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Triple index to lane number 7. Single file, please, in lane number 7. Triple index to lane number 7, please. So Chris is getting the bye run right here. Stephen Barnett got the number 1 qualifier hat and the short chute receiver parachute. Just a little bit ago, he qualified 4:17.4 for the number 1 spot. Number 16 was Shiloh Davies in that naturally aspirated 1968 Dart with a 5:13. Gould goes 196 on the tree, 104 to 60 foot, and goes 473.2 at 131 miles an hour. Your number 1 qualifier, Stephen Barnett, going up against Eric McCarthy. McCarthy in that 87 Mustang out of Spokane, Washington. Stephen Barnett out of Royce City, Texas. McCarthy qualified number 6 with a 4.402 at 167 miles an hour. They're both in. The tree comes down. It's pedal time. The win going to Stephen Barnett, 440 at 165. Wins it on the whole shot. Was 54 on the tree, 106 to 60 foot, 289 to the 330. Eric McCarthy was a little quicker right there, but man, Stephen Barnett, that whole shot and the smooth pedal job got him the win, and he's going to the semis. RacingJunk.com box. You should be in lane 4. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. You should be in 7. Tyler Stamler out of Rockview, Alberta. And Zach Kane out of Clallam Bay, Washington. S10 versus Camaro. Whole shot in the left lane and the win to Tyler Stamler goes 426.1 to beat the 426.5. Zach Kane was quicker to 60, but his 89 light to Tyler's 59 was the difference. Tyler Stamler, your number 3 qualifier, moving on. All right, our next category, Arizona Race Company Real Steel, where Ricky Daniels is coming up in the first pair. I was wondering what happened to Ricky, as he was supposed to be in one of the other classes. I was disappointed that Ricky Daniels wasn't in eliminations in those other categories, but apparently Real Steel is the one that he is focused on. And now that he's gotten down to this few cars, not able to do all of it. I get it. In that beautiful gunmetal gray Fox body, that little 4i 86 Mustang over there in the right lane, Ford powered, and the winner of our Best Appearing Car Award. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lil Gangsters and Lil Gangsters Second Chance. We need you guys to the tech lanes for your chip draws and pairings. Lil Gangsters and Lil Gangster Second Chance to the tech lanes for your pairings and chip draw. Ricky's in, John's in. Oh, Ricky Daniels, right on down Broadway. Great job for that team, getting the win light. Sheldon Root in the Canadian Acadian, who has been running in multiple categories, going up against Jose Murda. Jose out of Albuquerque, Sheldon Root out of Lockport, Manitoba, and it's his birthday. Could this be the real deal birthday present that Sheldon Root is looking for, which is wins in multiple categories? That'd be kind of cool. Trouble over there in the right lane for Jose. That thing is not backing up under its own power. It doesn't have to, but that is a bad sign. Either that the trans brake is broke, the transmission is broke, there's a wiring issue or a button issue. No, they are pushing him back all the way. That is too bad. Sheldon Root getting a bye run. That little hot rod going A to B over and over again. Sheldon Root moving on. Alessandro Milani out of Torrington, Wyoming, in the 94 Mustang Cobra is supposed to be up against Eric Outland in the 2014 Camaro. But this is another bye run. Alessandro through the lights for the win. All right, here we go with Calvert Racing, no box. Jimmy Olsen out of Washington, Utah in the 2020 Charger. Super Index, Super Index. Attention in the pits. NorCal Trailers Super Index. I'm missing one of you guys. NorCal Trailers Super Index. To the lanes, please. NorCal Trailers Super Index to the lanes, please. NorCal Trailers Super Index. One of you guys is the buy and you're not there. Super Index to lane 7. Super Index to lane number 7. Lil Gangsters. And Lil Gangster's second chance to the tech lanes for your pairings. Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangsters, and NorCal Truck, Lil Gangster's second chance to the tech lanes. Jimmy Olsen going up against Luigi Panunzio, and Panunzio not as good on the tree, but pulls it off with a 904. Frank D'Souza out of Santa Clara in the 63 Nova. 84 on the tree to Scott Taylor's 92. But Taylor gets the win as D'Souza breaks out by 7 thou after taking 47 thou at the stripe. Ouch. Red light for Nan Check, which means Tana Taylor is moving on. Tana with the 072 light runs it all the way out. 10:35.1 on the 10:37 dial for the win. Jacob Trammell coming up next out of Casa Grande in the 79 Malibu, getting the buy run. 10:82 the dial. Greg Dreyer in the Nova, going up against the Camaro. All right, here we go. In triple index, 1060 for both Greg Dreyer and Luther Waters. Luther from Pasadena in Southern California, and Dreyer from Bakersfield in Central California. Oh, Luther Waters knows he's in trouble. He was 418 on the tree to Greg Dreyer's 68. Greg Dreyer moving on. Joe Vlacity in the 55 Chevy and Ryan Edwards in the 70 Nova. Both of them 1060 for their index Jeff Dye, 396 on the tree. That's no way to win. Luckily, he had a buy run. It's a freebie, 10.58.0. The car did its job right there, though. He's moving on. Good for Jeff Dye. Now we're moving into box. RacingJunk.com box category. With 6 cars left, DeAndre Fitzgerald trying to beat Mike Rock. Oh no, Mike Rock having issues. The win light for DeAndre Fitzgerald. Not sure what just happened. Mike Rock was 0-16 on the tree, and the car just stopped. Lincoln Shirk in the 06 undercover chassis car. And Alan Machum. Alan Machum out of Everett, Washington in that 67 Nova. Dialed 576. Lincoln dials 504. Breakout for Alan Machum, who was 12 on the tree and breaks out by 6 thou. Lincoln Shirk was 30 on the tree, runs 5:05.5 on the 5:04 to get the win. All right, attention in the pits. Once we get to having winners and runners up, you guys have to come in front of the winner's circle banner. We will not make you sit on the return road and wait until everybody has been crowned like we do when it isn't getting late. We will let you come right on down after you guys run the final. Come down in front of the winner's circle. All of your people, your family, your team, whoever is going to be in the photo, must be between the banner and your car, because we're going to be having a hot racetrack. We cannot have you on the track side of the car. So the car has to be in front of you, and you have to be behind it in front of the winner's circle banner. But we will get your photos done and get you on your way so you can go home or come up here in the tower and get your money and send you along so that you are not here any later than you have to be. Doug Carter with the win over James Knight. Just wanted to let everybody at home know Tracy Hawker doing this run for Frank Greeno Jr., a very good family friend who they lost recently. So everybody that's at home watching, just so you know, this one's for you guys.
Yeah, and I had no idea.
Well, yeah, you're facing that one. Right? Like I'm surprised none of them guys were like, "Fuck this guy
But
doing?"
then
and
also
questioned
to
it.
that same fact,
Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Real Steel, I need you to the tech lanes for pairings. Real Steel to the tech lanes for pairings. Real Steel to the tech lanes for pairings. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. X275. We need you to lane 7, please, for your semifinal. X275 to lane number 7 for your semifinal, please.
finally got to where I could just straighten them out over there, but it don't matter. Then I heard something about air pressure. He's got fucking low blood sugar or something. I wouldn't test. Not even a riding lawnmower.
No.
After that,
Right there, I would have, any gray or whatever, go ahead and give him another physical.
oh yeah, it's all been.
You know what I mean?
And
I mean, bless his heart for trying, but that's
I'd love to see him out here, but boy, we can hurt me.
if you're gonna fucking do shit like that.
I only made a post about it because my phone was fucking blowing up so much. It was like hot in my pocket. And of course, and that's all the stuff, right? There's so much speculation, and it's like until you stand up here all day and deal with all of you,
Right.
you don't know.
Well, it's like when Johnny Rockets came back.
Sitting here, so fucking stuff.
So Johnny Rocket didn't have a license to walk in.
Yeah, what do you?
I let him fucking go. He was all over the place on the third one, and then I left.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't care about the reaction. I'm on my goal.
Yeah. We had a guy all along that would do dumb shit right older, and he just do dumb shit here, dumb shit there. We actually went and said, as a group, Super Pro said we will not run against him. So then they paired me up with him for round 1 that day. I'm like, fuck this guy. He's old, right? He does his burnout. I'm a dragster, right? I do 330. I let him do his burnout in the door car. We do that burnout. He goes. I just sit. I sit. What are you gonna do? I go back, do a burnout, 300 foot, back up. He gets so mad, he's sitting there stage, holding stage, and I'm like, oh, now you're going on.
Oh, good idea.
No, I don't, but I know how to do it. Right? Yeah. So flick, 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 flick.
X275 to lane number 7. X275 We need you to lane number 7.
Good, Em? All right, bro.
Imagine that, right?
Maybe. Right?
Attention in the pits. I need Calvert Racing no box to lane 5. Calvert Racing no box to 5. And RacingJunk.com box to lane number 7, please. Again, Calvert Racing no box to 5. And RacingJunk.com box to 7, please. Come on down, boys and girls. The water is fine. We are going to run these semis and be ready for some finals, which makes me happy. Well, folks, we are getting close to running our Pro Modified final. I heard that, Weston. That was awesome. Weston says, I'm giving you the credit, Weston. Weston just gives the report up here to the tower and says the track temp is 65 and banging, just like any movie with Keanu Reeves in it. I like it. This is the John Wick of drag strips right now. Yes. I dig it. All right, here we go. Andy Carini's out of Pacifica with the 68 Camaro. Last time up, this car had trouble and shut off after the burnout. They pushed it back and got it to bump in to the beams in order to move here into the final. This is your number 5 qualifier and your number 1 qualifier in the right lane. Brylan Holder. Holder qualified number 1 with a 3.650. Andy K over there in the left lane, qualified number 5 with a 379.7 at 200. Racing Junk Box, I need you to lane 7 immediately. RacingJunk.com box, I need you to lane 7 immediately. Folks, we are at the point where we need all winners to be coming back to the lanes. Again, we are at that point where we need all winners to come back to the lanes. So whatever you got to do that most efficiently, we would appreciate that. If that means you need to put fuel and the generator on your golf cart and cool down in the lanes, we would love that. We will give you all the time in the world. as long as we know where you're at. That just makes life easier for us. Andy is already in. Brylan got the top bulb lit as well. It's all the way in. Here goes Andy. The whole shot for the kid. Brylan Holder leads it one end to the other. 16 on the tree. 9:25 to 60 goes 3:65.9 at 205.76 mile an hour. Andy was 70 on the tree, 9:72 to 60, and that was when it started being a runaway at about 250 feet. Brylan was trucking. I got to give it to that team out of California. You guys killed it. A couple of California pro mods. That makes me happy. Andy and the team, congratulations on a great showing this weekend. And Brylan Holder, your winner. Now remember, bring them down in front of the winner's circle for photos. All right, here we go with our Australian Outback Plants Lil Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports. Semi-finals, Michael Bullock and Tim Van Tol. They leave together. Who's gonna win it? The win light to Tim Van Tol out of Princeton in the Camaro. And Fernando Loya. Loya just taking the tree and ready for the Lil Gangsters final. Remember, that's a $7,000 to win class. And Fernando Loya is going to get the chance. And now our second chance. NorCal Truck, Lil Gangsters semi-final. This race for $3,000 to the winner. Here in the semis, we've got Todd Cahill and Tyler Twerden. Twerden out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Cahill out of Buckeye, Arizona in that beautiful 55. That little 78 Volvo 245 wagon is no slouch. Triple index to the lanes. Triple index to the lanes, please. Oh, spinning the tires, wheel stand, Todd Cahill. Can't make the run. The win going to Tyler Twerden. Triple index. Triple index to lane 7. Triple index to lane 7. All right. Luigi Panunzio getting the single in Calvert Racing no box. This is our our quarterfinals to get into the semis. Scott Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana in the 65 Chevelle. And Sam Montgomery out of Atascadero, California in the 63 Chevy 2. Dial to 901. .001 red for Scott Taylor. Sam Montgomery is 004 green and gets the win. Brianna Taylor with the win. 28 on the tree, goes 1035, 2 on a 1035 dial. Beating Jacob Trammell at both ends of the racetrack. And going to the semis. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. LDR, I need you to the lanes, please. LDR lane 5, LDR lane 5, and Outlaw 85 to lane number 3. LDR to lane number 5. And Outlaw 85, we need you to lane number 3, please.
Where the hell is Monty if you go bad shape crazy right now? He'd be bouncing off the wall. You know the man. I work with Brian Taylor and
That's my stepdad. I be torching him all the time. Everybody say somebody they know him. Oh, matter of fact, you already know him. Yeah, we gotta take a selfie tonight too.
Absolutely.
Stop it.
Drunk Santa.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Calvert Racing, no box. Calvert Racing, no box. I know we literally just ran you down the racetrack, but we'd love to get you back to the lanes as quickly as possible to get you into the same round as everybody else. So Calvert Racing, no box. Come on down to the lanes as quickly as possible. Calvert Racing, no box. Come on down as quickly as possible. All right, triple index. Red light in the left lane for Jeff Dye, Ryan Edwards. Gonna move on to the final. Greg Dreher out of Bakersfield, getting the bye run into the final and triple.
my son. There you go. There you go.
Sugar shot, dude.
So, the story behind that is there's, I don't know if you know a racer, he runs top drags now, his name's John Richardson.
It's not like this morning, though. I thought today was
Came up to Montana one day and asked me if we were contract.
Yeah, I was totally prepared to be like, hey guys,
I mean, I can
we
see
got
the
to roll.
little
I've got to be in here for like 3.5 hours. Guys, yeah, I got to fly.
Brian just took it and ran with it. Oh yeah, that's my son.
So I was telling Thomas, because I was on Delta coming out here, but he booked me on Frontier going back because it was the only thing that wasn't like $600 and that wasn't going to be like a 12-hour travel. Like everything else on Southwest American had like 2 stops, like a 5-hour layover.
You gonna warm that up with that thing?
Yeah, so he's like, I wanted to find a final.
Well, then you gonna warm it up with that. I would if there anything in it. I went through it. Yeah, make me another one.
So
Nothing wrong with that.
I went on because I didn't even have like the app. So I got the app, made the fucking account and all that shit.
Oh no, I don't want that shit.
And I went to go start doing like the bags and all that stuff. Check bags, they do like each and even my backpack. But I saw they did business celebrity check bag and carry. You get like
LDR. LDR, I need you guys to lane number 5. Magnafuel LDR, I'm missing 2 of you. I need you to lane number 5. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5. I'm missing 1 of you as well. Come on down, SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5. I need you to lane 3, please.
Yeah, like I'm in the camera and I'll wait for big fire, big fire. One is but around one back here. And then I look up there and I can see. I was just man him because I like the color. When he's flying that straight, the color just like boom boom in front of his wrist. So I'm like, I'm gonna pan him. I'm looking at my brother like, they announced who got it. Nobody raised their hand, right? And the other stuff I see actually no. we saw some spots, and it was one of those things like you could see the left tire went dead. That's definitely what happened. And it looked like there were 4 spots like that. I don't know what that is, but that footprint doesn't make any sense. And we found chunks of concrete. And I really just think I hope it wasn't a racetrack, but like I want to know whether it was a broken axle or whether it was. And so it sounds like it's probably more likely was just stuff some shitty ass South Georgia concrete doesn't really fucking up. I hate fucking like I know that it's not a bad thing. It has its uses about it. But it should be guys, I gotta scrape this. Like, if I gotta scrape this side, I gotta scrape the other side. It was 2 fucking pairs. He was fucking pissed or whatever. And I was like, well, fuck you. It's like, the difference is like, a lot of times he skated by with the fact that like he was the only fucking show in town.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 of our finals already established, and I believe we have 6 more to go. So we have 6 semis, which will get us into all finals, which is going to be awesome. Remember, folks, while we have some downtime too, Extreme Photos is in the motorhome behind the tower. Robert and the crew have great photos. All kinds of fun wheels up action shots of your rides. So you can go over there. Remember, they make a great Christmas gift. So go over there and buy one for the driver in your family or your crew chief or whatever. All right, here we are in our Real Steel semifinal. It's Arizona Race Company, Real Steel semifinal. Sheldon Root out of Lockport, Manitoba, in the Canadian Acadian, and Alessandro Milani out of Torrington, Wyoming, in the 94 Mustang Cobra. The Cobra is Ford powered, which is just weird to me. I mean, I thought all of them were LS swapped at this point, but apparently not. Sheldon Root is double entered still. He's in at least 2 classes right now, and it's his birthday. So I think that means I kind of got to go for him. Sheldon Root, who's on the starting line, it's his birthday. Oh, Sheldon has problems and spins the tires. Alessandro gonna get the win. Not too shabby though. A semifinal finish in one of the classes he's entered in. He's still in at least one more. And Ricky Daniels just taking the beams and going to be ready for the Real Steel final. Attention in the pits. If you are a semi-finalist and you are not in the staging lanes, you are late. We are running our semis right now. If you are in the semis and you are not in the staging lanes, you are late. We need you there immediately. That's Tyler Stamler in that awesome little S10. Goes 469.2 at 114 mile an hour. Obviously lifting early. Stephen Barnett, our number 1 qualifier, going up against Chris Gould, the number 2 qualifier. In qualifying, they were 71 thousandths apart. Barnett, out of Royce City near Dallas, where I live. Chris Gould out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, Canada. The Great White North. Gould has the top bulb lit. Barnett's over there in the right lane. He's got the top bulb lit. They're both pre-staged. They're both staged. The number one qualifier, Stephen Barnett, goes 13 on the tree and lights up the tires. The win going to the final is Chris Gould from Spruce Grove, Alberta, going to go up against that S10. All right. Limited drag radial. LDR, Jose Moore, Jose Morales, and Cody Fleming. Morales out of Albuquerque. Cody Fleming out of Cotati, California, in that cool 76 Corvette. Corvette's in. The Mustang, the Mustang rolls through the beams. Jose Morales bumped it all the way through the beams. Wow. I hate that for that team, but Cody Fleming, the recipient of that good fortune, goes 4:04.8180, which is quicker than the number one qualifier, Jose Morales, on his qualifying hit. Kenny Hubbard out of Montgomery, Texas. in the 74 Nova, going up against Jeff Young out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, in the 05 Corvette. Kenny has already pre-staged. His last pass looked awesome. So he went a 401. Jeff Young bumping it in. Kenny Hubbard with the whole shot, but he's got to pedal it. Oh no. Kenny Hubbard was quicker to 60. He was quicker off the light, but he had to pedal it, and Jeff Young just snipped him. Went 396.5 to Kenny's 422.3 at 169, and Jeff Young is going to the final in LDR. Outlaw 85, they are dancing around out there. That was not pretty, but KJ Glennon getting the win against George Ragosa. All right, Chris Lucarelli and Derek Losey. All right, here we go. Lucarelli and Losey. In Outlaw 85 Semi, Lucarelli in the Guido goes 4:47.9, 166.